Chapter 660 Numerous Geniuses. Chapter 660 Numerous Geniuses. The 3 sword scars looked exactly the same, and even the 9 sword movements were all the same. However, Jian Wushuang realized that every one of the 3 sword scars had its occult level. The reason why he couldn't figure it out was that he only saw 3 similar sword scars. But the truth was that his cultivation in sword principle was not extensive enough. Palace Master Xian Yi has created a real challenge. There are so many disciples of sword principle in the ancient sect, but it seems true that none of them have been able to fully comprehend the 3 sword scars. I wonder, will I be able to comprehend the 3 sword scars with my talent in sword principle? Jian Wushuang clasped both his hands with a sense of expectation. After scanning the 3 sword scars, Jian Wushuang did not stay here. Instead, he went on a walk around the sword pavilion. In the sword pavilion, he did see a lot of experiences and some secret skills that were left behind by experts of sword principle. However, Jian Wushuang wasn't qualified to directly acquire these experiences and secret skills. If he wanted to meditate on them, he had to send an application to the seniors of the ancient sect. For now, he was nothing more than a disciple, someone who didn't even have the eligibility to send in an application. So he had to be apprenticed to an expert who was able to help him with the application. Palace Master Xian Yi was right. All the disciples of the ancient sect become apprenticed to an expert so that they can gain access to more resources. Jian Wushuang pondered, and before long left the Sword Palace. Back at Enlightenment Mountain, Jian Wushuang found a deserted cave mansion and met Feng and Huiying. In front of them, on the stone table, was a good wine that had been brought by Huiying from his hometown. Currently, the 3 people were drinking with each other. When I was still in the ancient world, I used to daydream about what the sects in the eternal world would look like. However, I didn't know what the sects really looked like until I came to the ancient sect. The Tao Palace is amazing, said Huiying. It's so amazing to see so many experts gathered there to explore the Tao. Each of the 13 palace masters has an enormously profound understanding of the Tao, and they never hesitate to pass on their experience to others. It's no wonder such a sect can develop such strong disciples, Feng said approvingly. Both of them visited the Tao Palace, where they were shocked by what they saw. There are a good many geniuses in the ancient sect, let alone experts. They all have a profound comprehension of the Tao. Compared to those disciples in the ancient sect, we can only find ourselves at the very bottom of the list. I'm afraid the 3 of us will lose the qualification to be an inner disciple at the sect competition in 2 years, Huiying said. After they heard that, a wry smile played across Feng's lips, while Jian Wushuang gave a shrug. In the ancient sect, only those who have been there for less than 500 years could still be a disciple. But there was still a tremendous number of disciples, even if many of them were outer disciples. However, many outer disciples were more gifted than inner disciples and had an extremely high level of understanding on the Tao. Looking at the outer disciples that were currently in the ancient sect, even the weakest had fully comprehended the first occult, while the slightly stronger disciples had fully comprehended 2 different occults. Gong Chao, who ranked first at Firmament Territory Feast, had only comprehended 2 occults. As for those who stood at the top among the outer disciples, there were more than 10 geniuses that had already grasped 3 different occults. With their current strength, even the strongest one, Jian Wushuang, wouldn't even be ranked in the middle of these outer disciples. Once the sect competition began in 2 years, the weakest inner disciples would be challenged by those outer disciples. If they failed, they would be downgraded to outer disciples, and they would no longer be able to stay at Enlightenment Mountain. We didn't have an appropriate condition for cultivation when we were in the ancient world, so we made little progress. Now that we have arrived at the ancient sect, where we will be provided with so many cultivation resources, we can make much better progress than before. Not to mention that we still have 2 years to put up a good fight. Feng gripped both of his hands tightly, with a wild gleam in his eyes as he continued in a low voice. Even though I may be downgraded to an outer disciple 2 years from now, I won't regret it as long as I know I tried. Exactly. Jian Wushuang nodded and said solemnly, Palace Master Xian, he said the first 2 years in the ancient sect would be the best time to make breakthroughs for disciples like us who just joined the ancient sect, especially inner disciples. As long as we try hard, our strength should be able to reach a brand new level. So we still have a little hope for the sect competition in 2 years. Well, let's toast to the 3 of us still being able to drink at Enlightenment Mountain in 2 years. Hua Ying raised his glass and smiled. Cheers! Both Jian Wushuang and Feng raised their glasses. The 3 of them were selected as candidates to join the ancient sect during the Firmament Territory Feast, and they were all inner disciples, so it was only natural that they stuck together. After drinking a cup of wine, Feng pursed his lips and said, Since we have just joined the ancient sect, we need to find a suitable expert and become apprentice to him. Under his personal guidance and with the many cultivation resources of the ancient sect, our strength should grow by leaps and bounds. Earlier today, I went to Dao Palace and found a suitable expert, so I will go visit him tomorrow. I also have a suitable candidate who is a palace master, but I have no idea whether or not he would be willing to accept me. Anyway, I will have a try, Hua Ying said and smiled. Jian Wushuang, what do you think? Both Feng and Hua Ying looked at Jian Wushuang. I'm in no hurry. After all, I have not been to the Dao Palace yet, Jian Wushuang said, then smiled briefly. Your talent is so incredible. I suppose those palace masters and vice palace masters would scramble to accept you as their disciple, so you don't really need to visit them personally, Hua Ying said with a smile. Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. While the 3 of them were busy drinking together, Xian Yi was sending the information on Jian Wushuang, Feng, Hua Ying, Bingshan, Xianing, and Wu Huang, as well as their performance at the Firmament Territory Feast, to those palace masters and vice palace masters in the Dao Palace. These palace masters and vice palace masters just scanned it briefly. They appeared unimpressed by the first 5 candidates, but when they saw Jian Wushuang's information, they were all astounded. How can he be so powerful with a cultivation age less than 40 years in a place like the ancient world? Even in the eternal world, it's unbelievable to reach that level in less than 40 years, not to mention that he came from the ancient world. What an exceptional genius! Unfortunately, he is good at sword principle and meditates on the world Tao and the slaughter Tao, which are not my strong points. Chapter 661, Rejection. Chapter 661, Rejection. The various palace masters and vice palace masters in the Dao Palace were amazed by Jian Wushuang's talent, and they secretly felt regretful that they weren't good at the Daos that Jian Wushuang meditated on. Of course, there were some that didn't feel that way. Each of the 13 palace masters in the Dao Palace explored different Daos. So there were 2 palace masters, Baiyu and Immortal, who were good at the world Tao and the slaughter Tao, respectively. After seeing Jian Wushuang's information, both of these palace masters were a bit interested in him. Jian Wushuang is so talented. If he cultivates well, he'll definitely reach the eternal realm in the future. Although I have many disciples, there are no more than 3 who have a chance of reaching the eternal realm, but their chances of success are extremely low. Compared with Jian Wushuang, those 3 are far behind him in strength. It would really be a shame to miss out on such a genius. Palace Master Baiyu remained silent as he quickly called upon a disciple under him and commanded, You, go deliver my token to Jian Wushuang and tell him that Baiyu is willing to take him as a disciple. He can come see me if he agrees. Yes, the disciple immediately set out to look for Jian Wushuang. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a black robe, surrounded by an endless killing intent, also appeared at Enlightenment Mountain. Jian Wushuang. A soft voice spread out and entered a specific cave mansion. Jian Wushuang, who had been devoting himself to cultivation inside the cave mansion, woke up with a start and quickly appeared outside the cave mansion. This Jian Wushuang looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man as if he was an unparalleled god of death because of the terrifying atmosphere that was almost suffocating. I am Immortal, one of palace masters from the Dao Palace, and I am good at the slaughter Dao, the middle-aged man said. You're a palace master? Jian Wushuang was stunned at first, but quickly regained his composure and bowed to him. Respectful greetings, Palace Master Immortal. Stand up. Jian Wushuang straightened his back when Immortal waved at him, and then he got to the point. I've browsed through your information. You're a real talent with exceptional potential. If you cultivate properly, you'll certainly be one of the top experts in the ancient sect. I'm willing to take you as my apprentice. Are you willing? Personal disciple? It seemed to appeal Jian Wushuang. Not long ago, someone came to give him a token from Baiyu, who also said he intended to accept him as a personal disciple. But now Immortal was here in person. You are good at the slaughter Dao, and I currently remain as the foremost in comprehending the slaughter Dao, Immortal added. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and immediately said, I'm sorry, Palace Master Immortal. I currently have no plans to apprentice to anyone. Immortal frowned. Generally speaking, disciples would select an expert to apprentice to right after joining the ancient sect. Jian Wushuang should do the same, but he just said he had no intention to do so. Even though he said it in a tactful way, he had still refused Immortal. What a pity. Immortal shook his head, but he didn't force him. You should take some time and think about it. After saying this, Immortal left. Not long after Immortal left, several vice palace masters from the Dao Palace and even the vice palace masters from the Sword Palace, except Vice Palace Master Nya, visited Jian Wushuang for one purpose, to take him as their apprentice. When Feng and Hua Ying heard about this preferential treatment, they got a bit jealous. It was known to all that both of them wanted to apprentice to a palace master or even a vice palace master, but they had to go through some trials and tribulations first. Yet these palace masters and vice palace masters took the initiative to come to Jian Wushuang and even battle over him. Surprisingly, however, all these experts who wanted him to become their apprentice were rejected by him, including the palace masters from the Dao Palace like Baiyu and Immortal, as well as that vice palace master from the Sword Palace. Jian Wushuang had rejected them all. Jian Wushuang stood there alone, inside the ancient sect, cultivating quietly. During the day, he usually stayed at the Sword Palace, in front of the stone tablet at Sword Tower, meditating on the 3 sword scars. Sometimes he would head to the Dao Palace and listen to lectures delivered by experts who were good at World Dao and Slaughter Dao. In the evening, he returned to Enlightenment Mountain, letting his 2 original bodies separate and meditate quietly. He spent almost every day cultivating and meditating, maintaining a busy schedule. In a flash, 1 month had passed. At the Dao Palace, numerous disciples of the ancient sect sat with their legs crossed at the huge martial arts practice field. At the very front, the strapping Feng, with sword-shaped eyebrows, prostrated himself before a palace master and gave him 3 respectful kowtows. Master, I pay my respects. Feng's voice echoed throughout the entire martial arts practice field. Many of the disciples at the martial arts practice field looked at Feng with envious eyes. He's really persistent. Indeed, he spent a whole month going through trails with an indomitable fighting spirit until he finally managed to become apprenticed to Palace Master Destruction as a personal disciple. The barrier for becoming an apprentice to Palace Master Destruction was very high. He's so lucky to have become one of the personal disciples. Nearly all the disciples of the ancient sect would apprentice to an expert, while most of them would apprentice to those vice palace masters at the level of a superior divine realm expert. There was only a tiny minority who were lucky enough to apprentice to the 13 palace masters, and these disciples were still split into nominal disciples and personal disciples. Nominal disciples existed only in name. Although they could attend the lectures of the palace master and be instructed, the treatment was poor compared with those personal disciples. In the ancient sect, almost every palace master or vice palace master had plenty of nominal disciples, but the number of personal disciples was small. They would try their best to instruct every personal disciple. The reasons Feng was able to become the personal disciple of Palace Master Destruction were that, on the one hand, he was gifted in the Destruction Tao, and, on the other hand, he had perseverance and determination. So he was finally accepted. Another month passed. Today, Huiying, who had been brought back like Jian Wushuang and Feng, as an inner disciple, was finally apprenticed to an expert. The one he apprenticed to was also a palace master, but he was somewhat unfortunate. That palace master was only willing to take him as a nominal disciple because his cultivation age was so long that his potential had been exhausted. Even though he was only a nominal disciple, Huiying still felt happy about it. In addition, the other three people, Bingshan, Xianing, and Wu Huang, were also able to apprentice to an expert within these 2 months. However, these three were only able to apprentice to those vice palace masters as nominal disciples. They would all have to try harder if they wanted to become personal disciples. As of now, 5 out of the 6 people that Xian Yi brought back from Firmament Territory Feast had been apprenticed. Only Jian Wushuang was still cultivating on his own. Chapter 662, Jian Wushuang's Pride. Chapter 662, Jian Wushuang's Pride. There were 13 palace masters and plenty of vice palace masters in the Tao Palace. They would occasionally gather together. Right now, for palace masters had gathered in a pavilion to drink. Among them was Feng's master, Palace Master Destruction. Destruction, how's your new personal disciple, Feng? A palace master asked casually. Not bad. Although his talent is only average among my personal disciples, he's perseverant and has a stable foundation. As long as he's taught step by step in the future, he'll be able to make good progress. He's even got a good chance of reaching the eternal realm, Palace Master Destruction said and laughed. Congratulations, you've accepted another good disciple. Among the 6 men Palace Master Xian Yi brought back from the Firmament Territory Feast, Feng seems to be the best. The others are just ordinary, and that Jian Wushuang. He's too disappointing, a black-clothed lady said, shaking her head slightly. Jian Wushuang. Hearing that, all the palace masters looked at each other speechlessly. 2 months ago, when they heard from Xian Yi that Jian Wushuang had cultivated for less than 40 years and came from the ancient world, they were astonished at Jian Wushuang's talent. Had they been good at the type of Tao which Jian Wushuang mediated on, they would have chosen him as a personal disciple. However, their impression of Jian Wushuang had been ruined to some extent during the past 2 months. He should have had a wonderful prospect. Unfortunately, he's too conceited and proud, the black-clothed lady said. Even though he's talented, he came from the ancient world and his vision is too narrow. He has no idea how to develop himself in the future. What's most important for him now is to look for a good master. With a master's guidance and the cultivation resources in the ancient sect, his talent can be fully developed. It's a pity that he is too arrogant. During the past 2 months, many vice palace masters who are good at world Tao or slaughtered Tao have talked with him and wanted to accept him as a disciple. Even Palace Master Baiyu and Immortal went to talk to him in person, but all of them were rejected by him. Palace Master Baiyu will master the 9 occults of the world Tao soon. Palace Master Immortal's comprehension of the slaughtered Tao is beyond anyone in the whole ancient sect. Jian Wushuang should feel lucky to be a disciple of either of them. How could he reject their offer? Does he think that he's so talented that he doesn't need any guidance? Upon hearing this, the other 3 palace master nodded quietly. He's indeed too proud. He's too young. Feng is different. He has cultivated for 1900 years and possesses a persistent and modest personality. I heard that Jian Wushuang often been staying in front of the sword tower over the past 2 months to meditate on the 3 sword scars left by Xian Yi. If I haven't guessed wrong, he does intend to choose a master, but his target is Xian Yi. Palace Master Xian Yi? The black-clothed lady sneered. Xian Yi is indeed strong, but one should choose an appropriate master instead of a strong one. Xian Yi's comprehension of world Tao and slaughter Tao isn't comparable to that of Palace Master Baiyu and Immortal. He can teach Jian Wushuang sword principle at most. In addition, is it so easy to be a disciple of Palace Master Xian Yi? The 3 sword scars left by Xian Yi are so enigmatic that no one has been able to fully comprehend them so far. The first 2 sword scars alone are enough to make many sword principle geniuses ponder for hundreds of years. When he fully comprehends the first 2 sword scars, he'll have already missed his best stage of growth. The loss outweighs the gain. If I were him, I would definitely choose to be a disciple of Palace Master Baiyu or Mo Tao. Then I would take my time to meditate on the 3 sword scars and try to be a disciple of Palace Master Xian Yi. After all, in ancient sect, it's acceptable for a genius to be a disciple of 2 or more experts. Other palace masters nodded their assent. Who knows what he's thinking? Every genius is proud. Just wait. When the sect competition starts in 2 years, he certainly won't be able to keep his position as an inner disciple. The competition among the outer disciples is more intense. After he suffers some setbacks and learns some lessons, he'll naturally understand how foolish his choice was, and then he'll find a way to make amends. Ah, what a pity. After all, he's still a peerless genius. Lots of disciples who were good at sword principle had gathered in the Sword Palace. When Jian Wushuang showed up, he immediately received many strange stares. It has already been 2 months. Hasn't Jian Wushuang chosen a master yet? Hey, he's really stupid. Does he think he can be so disdainful because of his talent? Without guidance from experts, he will have to cultivate by himself. Wait and see. He'll learn a lesson in the sect competition 2 years from now. Many disciples lowered their voices while talking about him, but Jian Wushuang could still hear some of their voices clearly. However, he did not pay attention to these discussions and went directly to the sword tower. He quickly arrived at the stone tablet with the 3 sword scars on it. Sitting down in front of the stone tablet, Jian Wushuang sighed in relief and slowly calmed down. 2 months have passed. Feng, Huaying, and even Bing Shan, Xianing, and Wu Huang have chosen their masters. I'm still cultivating alone without guidance from any experts. It's no wonder these disciples in the ancient sect are gossiping about me in private. I'm afraid that lots of people are saying I'm conceited, Jian Wushuang thought with a smile. He did not care about these things, though. They aren't me and don't know what I've been through. How can they know what I'm thinking? Jian Wushuang thought. He had made his decision the moment he entered the ancient sect and saw the 3 sword scars on the stone tablet. He would definitely choose a master. A master's guidance would help him improve faster. However, he had never had a master since the day he was born. Perhaps the super expert who created the heavenly creation skill could barely be counted as his master, but he had never really kowtowed to any master. Therefore, he would not choose his first master easily. His master should be able to guide his cultivation, and more importantly, his personality and strength had to make Jian Wushuang genuinely admire him. In the whole ancient sect, only one man was qualified, and that person was the palace master of Sword Palace, Xian Yi. Chapter 663, Comprehension. Chapter 663, Comprehension. In the eternal world, a man could have 2, 3, or even more masters. The more masters the better, as long as his masters could help him with his cultivation. But Jian Wushuang was different. He came from the ancient world, where a warrior usually had only one master or two masters at most. The relationship between the master and disciple was very important. After all, as a warrior's strength grew stronger and stronger, many of his relatives and friends would gradually grow old and die. The ones who could still accompany him were usually his disciples or masters. Therefore, he would not choose a master easily. Both Palace Master Bayu and Immortal have extremely high comprehension of the Tao, and they're definitely qualified to be my masters. However, I have no knowledge of their personalities. Jian Wushuang shook his head while pondering. In the whole ancient sect, the only person he admired both in strength and personality was Shen Yi. Therefore, the only master he wanted to accept was Shen Yi. He did not care if other people thought he was arrogant or conceited. As for the condition to become Shen Yi's disciple, it might be impossible for other people to completely comprehend the 3 sword scars, but not for Jian Wushuang. He possessed the strongest sword soul and heaven-defying talent in sword principle. In addition, he had reached the heaven-treading realm, which meant his comprehension ability was currently at its highest. He was sure that he could fully comprehend the 3 sword scars. The first sword scar contains 9 sword movements, while the second one looks identical with the first one, but it actually contains 3 sword movements that originate from those 9 sword movements. The 3 sword scars were extremely enigmatic. The 9 sword movements in the first sword scar alone were extremely profound. For example, Zhu Lai, who had a certain level of talent in sword principle, still spent more than 10 years on the first sword scar before he fully comprehended the 9 sword movements. However, no one knew that Jian Wushuang had fully comprehended them in 2 months. Jian Wushuang had thoroughly comprehended the first sword scar. It took Zhu Lai more than 10 years to do it, but Jian Wushuang succeeded in only 2 months. He had already started meditating on the second sword scar. Jian Wushuang insisted on his belief and goal, continuing to cultivate while relying on his strongest sword soul and supreme talent that had been endowed to him by the heaven-treading realm and the heavenly creation skill. Time flew. No matter what the disciples in the ancient sect said about him, Jian Wushuang still cultivated and meditated alone. Half a year had elapsed since Jian Wushuang first entered the ancient sect. In front of the dark stone tablet at the sword tower, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, which were sparkling with surprise. I finally succeeded. In the past 6 months, he had spent most of his time meditating in front of the sword tower. For months ago, he had already fully comprehended the first sword scar. The second sword scar should be far more difficult to comprehend than the first one for ordinary experts. But Jian Wushuang had reached the heaven-treading realm and had a terrifying level of talent in comprehension. For months after Jian Wushuang fully comprehended the first sword scar, he had also completely comprehended the second one. Palace Master Shen Yi will give a lecture in the sword tower 2 days from now. It's a good time for me to have finished comprehending the second sword scar. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and then turned to inspect the third sword scar. The last sword scar. This sword scar, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He thought the 3 sword scars were exactly the same half a year ago. However, after he comprehended the first one, he felt the second and third were different. The second sword scar contained 3 sword movements that originated from the 9 movements in the first one. The third sword scar contained 1 sword movement, which was the integration of the 9 sword movements. So, naturally, the third sword scar was the most difficult. It took me half a year to fully comprehend the first and second sword scar. I wonder how long it'll take me to comprehend the third one, Jian Wushuang thought, and then continued to meditate. The next day, a woman with sky-blue hair and a beautiful face was sitting on the highest platform in the huge martial arts practice field of the Sword Palace. Many disciples from the Sword Palace had gathered around her and were listening carefully to her lecture. This absolute beauty was the second vice palace master of Sword Palace, Lingyu. When Jian Wushuang first came to the ancient sect half a year ago, Lingyu also expressed her wish to accept Jian Wushuang as her personal disciple. But she was rejected by Jian Wushuang. Lingyu quickly finished her lecture and was about to leave when Jian Wushuang stood up. Vice Palace Master! Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Lingyu and bowed slightly. Jian Wushuang! Lingyu glanced at him, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raising. She had been shocked by Jian Wushuang's talent. However, Jian Wushuang had not chosen a master from the ancient sect even now, so he had been pegged as being proud and conceited. Many experts, including her, were disappointed with him. If Jian Wushuang had chosen me, Palace Master Baiyu or Palace Master Mo Tao, as his master, he would have already reached a new level. Nevertheless, he chose to cultivate by himself. It's unlikely that he'll make great progress during this period of time. It can be said that he wasted half a year, Lingyu thought, shaking her head slightly. Although it was a pity, she would not force him to change his mind. Everyone had to make their own choices and follow their own path in life. Since Jian Wushuang chose to refuse the offer of her and the other experts, they would not insist, no matter how talented he was. Jian Wushuang, what can I do for you? Lingyu asked. Well, I've been meditating on the 3 sword scars left by Palace Master Xian Yi, and I had some comprehensions yesterday, Jian Wushuang said. Oh. Lingyu raised her eyebrows. The Sword Palace disciples on the martial arts practice field turned to Jian Wushuang in surprise. Some comprehensions. Has he fully comprehended the first sword scar in just half a year? Impossible. The 3 sword scars left by Palace Master Xian Yi are so enigmatic. Even the 9 sword movements contained in the first sword scar are so profound. Even though Jian Wushuang has an extremely high gift in sword principle, it's impossible for him to fully comprehend the first sword scar in half a year. I've been meditating on the first sword scar for nearly 20 years and have only just mastered the 7th sword movement. Did he expect to comprehend the 9 sword movements in half a year? He must be joking. Chapter 664. 3 Sword Movements. Chapter 664. 3 Sword Movements. All the Sword Palace disciples here knew how enigmatic the 3 sword scars left by Palace Master Xian Yi were. In their view, it was not possible to fully understand the first sword scar in only half a year. Even Lingyu was a little surprised, but she still said, "Display it to us." Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. As he turned over his palm, the heart-killing sword appeared in his hand. The disciples surrounding Jian Wushuang immediately stepped backward. Without much preparation, Jian Wushuang just took a deep breath and then started. He waved his sword and began executing the 3 sword movements. The first sword stroke was a straight stab, and the blade possessed an unprecedented sharpness that seemed to tear through everything. As it swept through the space in front of him, the air began to hum softly. The second sword stroke was a harsh chop. Endless power was accumulated at a point and then burst out in an instant, giving off the impression that it was invincible and could destroy anything. Then he released a sword slash. This stroke was extremely dazzling and seemed to contain a special magic power. Even Vice Palace Master Ling, you could not help being attracted when by the slashing movement of this long sword. He displayed the 3 sword strokes, one after the other without pause. Then he stopped. The whole martial arts practice field fell into complete silence. The sword principal disciples were endlessly shocked. Some were stunned while others were full of doubts and had a hint of ridicule written on their faces. Just 3 sword movements. As expected, the first sword scar contains 9 sword movements, but he only displays 3. His sword movements looked strong, but he's still far from fully mastering the 9 sword movements. A disciple who had a shallow comprehension of the first sword scar said sarcastically, just as he finished speaking, "Shut up!" Zhu Lai, who stood next to the disciple, scolded him in a low voice, "You idiot! Don't speak nonsense when you don't understand." "What do you mean?" The disciple was confused, but he quickly realized that other disciples, as well as Vice Palace Master Lingyu, were staring at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. The next moment, the audience burst out in an uproar. 3 sword movements. They're the 3 sword movements from the second sword scar. How is that possible? The disciples who had some knowledge of the 3 sword scars were stunned. Even Vice Palace Master Lingyu was full of unprecedented shock. Just now they had doubted whether Jian Wushuang could display the 9 sword movements contained in the first sword scar, but Jian Wushuang had only displayed 3 sword movements, but they originated from the integration of the 9 sword movements. That was to say, not only had Jian Wushuang fully comprehended the first sword scar, he had also comprehended the second one. Just half a year. He had comprehended the first and second sword scar in just half a year. God! Among the crowd, Zhu Lai opened his eyes wide and stared at Jian Wushuang. "I've been meditating on the 3 sword scars this whole time. It took me over 10 years to fully comprehend the first one, but it's too difficult to integrate the 9 sword movements into 3 movements. It will take me at least dozens of years or hundreds of years. Jian Wushuang, senior brother Wushuang, has he fully comprehended the first and second sword scar in just half a year?" Zhu Lai was in a complete daze. "Vice Palace Master Lingyu, have I reached the requirements?" Jian Wushuang looked up at Lingyu, who was standing on the high platform. Lingyu finally recovered from the shock. She glanced at Jian Wushuang in horror and immediately nodded. "Palace Master has said that those who comprehend the first sword scar are qualified to listen to his lecture in the Sword Tower. Those who comprehend the second one can be his nominal disciple. Since you've completely comprehended the second sword scar, you can be his disciple now. I'll send a message to Palace Master Xian right now." "Thank you," Jian Wushuang said. Lingyu took a deep breath and then took out a messaging slip. "Palace Master Xian," Lingyu had just begun to talk. "I already know. I'll be lecturing in the Sword Tower tomorrow. Tell him to come." Xian had already responded. "I see." Lingyu turned to Jian Wushuang and said, "Palace Master Xian has replied. He said for you to go to the Sword Tower and attend his lecture tomorrow. He'll have some arrangements for you." Jian Wushuang nodded and then left the Sword Palace without paying any attention to the awe and admiration in the gazes of the disciples around him. He headed directly towards Enlightenment Mountain. However, at the moment, in the sky above the Sword Palace, a man was standing quietly, his eyes gazing through the endless void at Jian Wushuang, who was walking slowly toward Enlightenment Mountain. In just half a year, he has completely comprehended the second sword scar. He really is the owner of the strongest sword soul. The white-robed Xian stood there with his hands behind his back and a gentle smile on his face. Sword soul was determined by the person's talent in sword principle. The stronger the sword soul was, the higher their gift in sword principle was. The strongest sword soul meant that Jian Wushuang's talent for sword principle was matchless in the world. So it was only natural that it was not difficult for a genius with such an amazing talent in sword principle to fully comprehend his sword scars. This boy is good at sword principle, possesses the strongest sword soul, and he has long since decided to choose me as his master. The moment he entered the ancient sect, he already understood himself and had chosen his path. Even if many of the experts in the ancient sect think his choice is wrong, as long as he thinks it's right, he'll persist. No matter how others think of him, he insists on his own choice. He may look stupid and stubborn. However, such a person has real willpower. What's more, he has the strongest sword soul, so he has a good reason to be so confident. Everyone thought that it would take him a long time to comprehend the 3 sword scars, but it only took him half a year to fully comprehend 2 of them. He's very confident, and I like his confidence. It seems like I'll have another disciple soon, Xian Yi murmured to himself, but the smile on his face showed that he was very satisfied with Jian Wushuang. He brought Jian Wushuang, Feng, and Hua Ying back from the Firmament Territory feast. He had watched their growth in the ancient sect during the past half-year. Even though Jian Wushuang was thought to be wasting his talent in the eyes of the numerous experts in the ancient sect, Xian Yi did not show up and tried to persuade him to change his mind. He wanted to see whether Jian Wushuang could persist with his own choice and not be affected by others. It had been proven that the choice Jian Wushuang made was right. Chapter 665, Acknowledging Xian Yi as Master. Chapter 665, Acknowledging Xian Yi as Master. On that same day, the news that Jian Wushuang had completely comprehended the first and second sword scars left by Palace Master Xian Yi spread through the whole ancient sect. Those who had thought Jian Wushuang was too proud and conceited were immediately dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Jian Wushuang's gift in sword principle would be so high. Recalling Jian Wushuang's behavior in the past half-year, no one dared to say that he was conceited anymore. There was a thin line between confidence and conceit. If Jian Wushuang did not succeed in half a year, or if his future performance was mediocre, it could be said that he was conceited. But now Jian Wushuang had given those people a severe slap in the face. Jian Wushuang had absolute confidence in his own choice. Since he had comprehended the second sword scar in just half a year, who could guarantee that he would not comprehend the third one in the future? Once he comprehended it, he would be the personal disciple of Palace Master Xian Yi and would definitely have limitless prospects with Xian Yi's personal guidance. Palace Master Xian Yi. Many disciples in the ancient sect were jealous of Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Xian Yi had a very supreme and special position in the ancient sect. One of the important reasons that the ancient sect, as a top sect, was able to surpass the 3 magnates to some extent was the existence of Palace Master Xian Yi. Many experts in the ancient sect were proficient in various weapon daos, but only Palace Master Xian Yi was able to establish Sword Palace. Everyone in the ancient sect knew about the strength and mystery of Palace Master Xian Yi. They all dreamed of being his disciple, but the requirement was too harsh. The experts who knew that Jian Wushuang wanted to be the disciple of Palace Master Xian Yi looked down on his choice, as Xian Yi's condition was too harsh and it would take a long time for Jian Wushuang to achieve it. But now, in only half a year, Jian Wushuang had become Xian Yi's nominal disciple. His achievement filled people with envy and admiration. The next day, Sword Tower opened. Since Palace Master Xian Yi would be giving a lecture in person, all the sword principal disciples who had completely comprehended the first sword scar went to the Sword Tower. Inside the Sword Tower, over 20 sword principal disciples sat cross-legged in the open space. Naturally, Jian Wushuang was among them. Before long, a white-robed Xian Yi appeared at the top of the Sword Tower. Everyone immediately quieted down. Xian Yi looked around at all the people below and nodded slightly, then directly started teaching. Swords are predominantly for killing. You can use the sword tip to stab, the sword edge to chop, the sword back to block, and the sword blade to slash. It can be said that the sword is a moderate weapon, as it can be used to attack and defend. It's comprehensive and balanced. Sword principle is the way of killing broad and profound. Sword soul is just the beginning of sword principle. Awakening the sword soul means that you're qualified to meditate on sword principle. That's as to say, no matter how strong your sword soul is, you still have not mastered sword principle. The real sword principle is based on the sword heart. Sword heart. Jian Wushuang was listening carefully. The explanation on sword principle by Xian Yi was completely different from that of Vice Palace Master Nie and Ling Yu. The sword principle explained by Palace Master Xian Yi was a process from simplicity to complexity, like a tree that gradually evolved from a common seedling to a towering tree. It was very profound and complicated. Jian Wushuang and other disciples present could not fully understand all the things being explained by Xian Yi, but the part which they understood benefited them greatly. Every word from the mouth of Palace Master Xian Yi seemed to contain special magic and directly explain the essence of sword principle. Currently, inside Sword Tower, every disciple was fascinated by his words, including Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Xian Yi kept teaching for one whole day and night. The greatest sword principle starts from simplicity, then strives for complexity, but eventually returns to simplicity. When he reached this point, Xian Yi finally stopped. Most of the disciples who attended the lecture below had fallen into meditation. It was only after a while that they finally recovered themselves. Their faces were full of pleasure and regret. They were pleased because Xian Yi had talked directly about the essence of sword principle, which benefited them a lot. They had also learned many things which they had never thought of before. It was much better than what Vice Palace Master Nie and Ling Yu taught them. They felt regret because Palace Master Xian Yi rarely gave lectures. He usually only gave a lecture once a year, or sometimes even once every few years. The opportunity was too rare. Jian Wushuang. Palace Master Xian Yi looked down. Jian Wushuang had just woken up from the meditation when he heard Palace Master Xian Yi call his name. He immediately stood up and stepped forward. Palace Master Xian Yi. Jian Wushuang greeted him with a hint of humility. When I left the 3 sword scars outside of the sword tower, I set some rules. Since you've completely comprehended the 2nd sword scar, you're my nominal disciple from now on, Palace Master Xian Yi said. Disciple Jian Wushuang pays respects to Master. Jian Wushuang immediately knelt down in front of Xian Yi and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Rise! Xian Yi waved his hand. Jian Wushuang stood up immediately. Follow me. The rest of the people can leave, Xian Yi said. The disciples inside Sword Tower immediately dispersed one after another, while Jian Wushuang followed Xian Yi to the 2nd floor of the Sword Tower. Jian Wushuang sat face to face with Xian Yi at a long table as Xian Yi looked at him with a gentle smile on his face. When you began to study the 3 sword scars, I knew I would have a new disciple. But I never expected it to be so soon, Xian Yi smiled. In the ancient sect, and even the entire firmament territory, only you can comprehend the 2nd sword scar in half a year as you possess the strongest sword soul. Jian Wushuang was shocked by his words. Master, you knew? Jian Wushuang was surprised. After he came to the eternal world, he had never exposed his strongest sword soul in front of people. Even at the Firmament Territory feast, he only exerted 80% of his sword soul power when he fought with Gong Chao because he did not want people to find out about his strongest sword soul. He had thought that he hid it well. He never expected that Palace Master Xian Yi had discovered the existence of his strongest sword soul long ago. The moment I saw you, my sword heart was provoked, so I immediately knew that your sword soul was extraordinary. Xian Yi explained with a smile. At that time, only my doppelganger went to the Firmament Territory feast, so I was not sure whether you own the strongest sword soul. However, when you arrived at the ancient sect and my original body saw you, I became certain that you indeed possess the strongest sword soul which make all sword principle warriors envious. Chapter 666, 9-World Picture, Slaughter Book and Tao, Origin Fruit. Chapter 666, 9-World Picture, Slaughter Book and Tao, Origin Fruit. Make all sword principle warriors envious. Jian Wushuang smiled silently and then nodded his assent. Sword soul determined one's gift in sword principle. Jian Wushuang's strongest sword soul represented that he had the strongest gift in sword principle, which was sufficient to fill any sword principle warrior with envy and admiration. Even though you're just my nominal disciple, I'll try my best to guide you. Xian Yi looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, in the past half year, you spent most of your energy meditating on the 3 sword scars. But I guess you've also improved your comprehension of the Tao, right? I did improve it to some extent. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, I've been comprehending the world Tao and slaughtered Tao simultaneously. I've fully comprehended the second occult of the world Tao and have a basic understanding of the third occult. I also comprehended the second occult of the slaughter Tao a few days ago. Half a year. In the past half year, Jian Wushuang stayed in the Sword Tower to meditate on the sword scars in the daytime and returned to Enlightenment Mountain to comprehend the Tao at night. His comprehension of the Tao while at Enlightenment Mountain was 3 times quicker than it would be outside. With the talent endowed by the heaven-treading realm, his 2 original bodies had made amazing progress in just half a year. For example, after Feng became the disciple of Palace Master Destruction, he received personal guidance from Palace Master Destruction and some cultivation resources, which Palace Master Destruction acquired for him. However, he had only comprehended the second occult of the Destruction Tao, which was slower than Jian Wushuang. Without any instruction and cultivation resources, it's very impressive for you to have made such progress with only the use of Enlightenment Mountain in the past half year. Xian Yi nodded slightly and then said solemnly, I'm not proficient in the world Tao or the slaughter Tao. I can't compare with Palace Master Baiyu and Mo Tao in terms of comprehension on these 2 Taos. Nevertheless, my vision is far broader than them. There are many resources in the ancient sect that could be of great help to your cultivation, but very few of them actually suit you. I'll apply for a batch of cultivation resources for you according to your actual situation. Go back to Enlightenment Mountain and wait. I'll have those resources delivered to you soon. Thank you, Master. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Go back and continue your cultivation. Don't disgrace me in the sect competition which is being held 1.5 years from now, Xian Yi said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly and left. Xian Yi sat alone in the Sword Tower. He thought, this little boy is extremely talented. He's reached this level in the world Tao and slaughter Tao while comprehending sword principle. Among the treasures which are suitable for him, which ones should I choose? He began to select resources for Jian Wushuang. As he said, he might not have the same understanding towards the world Tao and slaughter Tao as Palace Masters Baiyu and Mo Tao did, but his vision was extremely broad. He knew which treasures were useful and beneficial for Jian Wushuang, as well as which ones were a waste. He quickly made up his mind. The 9-world picture, which dissects the 9 occults of the world Tao into various world essences, is the most suitable resource for this little boy to comprehend the world Tao. In terms of slaughter Tao, the slaughter book left by Zhuoming should be sufficient. As for sword principle, he has a deep comprehension of sword principle now. If he wants to go further, he has to condense his sword heart. It's too difficult, so it's impossible for him in a short period of time. He doesn't need any resources for the cultivation of sword principle right now. Listening to the lectures or meditating on the 3rd sword scar is enough for him. I'll give him a Tao origin fruit. That will be sufficient for him to keep cultivating for a while. Not long after Jian Wushuang returned to Enlightenment Mountain, he received the cultivation resources which Xian Yi acquired for him. 9-world picture, slaughter book, and a Tao origin fruit. He was shocked at the cultivation resources. They were all useful for his comprehension of the Tao. The 9-world picture and slaughter book were used to assist his cultivation in the world Tao and slaughter Tao. As for the Tao origin fruit, Jian Wushuang was no stranger to the Tao origin fruit. During the Firmament Territory Feast, the first prize of the 3rd round arena battle was 1 million divine gems, and, more importantly, a Tao origin fruit. It was a precious treasure which could help in comprehending the Tao. Even in a top sect like the ancient sect, where there were numerous Tao origin fruits, they were still highly valued. Jian Wushuang was allocated a Tao origin fruit because of Xian Yi and his own amazing talent. Especially the fact that he comprehended 2 of the sword scars within half a year had shocked the whole ancient sect. So the high officials agreed to give him a Tao origin fruit after discussing it. Under normal circumstances, even personal disciples of palace masters could not receive a Tao origin fruit if they had not shown amazing talent. As for the 9-world picture and slaughter book, the slaughter book was the record of the slaughter Tao comprehension experiences of an eternal realm expert named Zhuoming, who had completely comprehended the 9 occults of the slaughter Tao. Each of the 101 words in the slaughter book contained concepts related to the occults of the slaughter Tao. Jian Wushuang could comprehend the slaughter Tao by reading each word in the book. The slaughter book is similar to the 6-story pagoda that was given to me by Elder Dijing. The 6-story pagoda is more complicated and involves a wider range. The slaughter book is simpler, but every word is extremely profound, Jian Wushuang thought with a surprised smile on his face. He already had the 6-story pagoda to help him comprehend the slaughter Tao. Now he also had the slaughter book, which would make his comprehension even easier. As for the 9-world picture, the 9-world picture was even more wonderful. It contained 9 pictures: a flower, a tuft of grass, a stone, a tree, a lake, a mountain, a piece of cloud, a drop of water, and a person. They all seemed to be simple and ordinary. However, after careful observation, Jian Wushuang discovered that each picture was a complete world. 9 pictures that were equal to 9 complete worlds, and were full of concepts on the occults. Chapter 667, 2 years. Chapter 667, 2 years. The 9-world picture consists of 9 paintings in total, and each of them represents an occult of the world Tao. Among the paintings, I've comprehended the occults of the 2 with a flower and a leaf drawn on it. I'll need to work on the remaining 7. Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he hung the remaining 7 paintings on the wall. He then sat down with his legs crossed and began to observe the 3rd painting, on which there was only a pebble. However, as he continued to stare at it, he discovered that the pebble was, in fact, a small world, containing many laws of the universe and the nature of the world Tao. What he needed to do was to comprehend those laws and nature. It's wonderful. Jian Wushuang brightened up at the thought of how much faster he could comprehend the world Tao now with those paintings as reference. Now, I have the paintings to help me comprehend the world Tao. The 6-story pagoda and slaughter book will help me comprehend the slaughter Tao. I also have Enlightenment Mountain and a Tao origin fruit at hand. I'm like a fish in the sea. His eyes flickered. Master has tried his best to acquire sufficient resources for my cultivation, so I can't slack off in the remaining year and a half before the sect competition begins. I really want to see how much progress I can make in this period of time. He swallowed the Tao origin fruit on that same day and started cultivating with the resources he had been given. Since then, he had spent most his days in the Enlightenment Mountain meditating. Sometimes he would go to the Sword Palace or the Tao Palace and listen to the lectures, and he never missed one of Xian Yi's lectures. If he was confused about something, he would ask his master for help. The arrival of winter signaled that 2 years had elapsed since Jian Wushuang first entered ancient sect. One day he was sitting down on a peak, which towered up into the clouds, with the white-robed Xian Yi beside him. Master, I can feel that I've reached the threshold in sword principle, so why do I keep failing to condense even one trace of sword heart? Jian Wushuang asked Xian Yi with a frown. Because your heart is not really at peace. Xian Yi smiled at him. The most important aspect of sword heart is the sword, but you can't leave out the heart. Your success will depend on both, so calm down and let it be. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. The sect competition will begin tomorrow. Are you ready for it? Xian Yi added while looking at him. Yes. Jian Wushuang gave him a smile. In fact, he had nothing he needed to prepare in advance. His power was all that he would rely on in this competition. You look confident. I shall await your success. Xian Yi grinned and continued. Show us your power as much as you can. Only in this way can I help you acquire more resources. I will. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then go. Xian Yi waved his hand. Jian Wushuang bowed to him and left. Watching Jian Wushuang's back, Xian Yi had an inscrutable smile on his face. He has better perception than anyone I've met. He really is incredibly gifted. Not long after Jian Wushuang came back to Enlightenment Mountain, Huaying presented himself at his door. Jian Wushuang, have you heard that Feng managed to break into the 6th level of the Dao Tower today? After taking a seat at a table, Huaying spoke seriously to Jian Wushuang. Really? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Dao Tower was a place used to test the disciples' comprehension in the Dao. He heard that 3 were 13 levels in total, and the better one's comprehension in the Dao, the further he could go in the tower. When Jian Wushuang had just entered the ancient sect and possessed a little comprehension in the Dao, he had once taken the test in the tower as well. However, at that time he was only able to make it to level 3. It's very difficult for a disciple who has comprehended the 3rd occult to make it to level 6, but Feng did it. He must have comprehended the 3rd and maybe even the 4th occult. He has made a lot of progress in these 2 years. Jian Wushuang was lost in thought for some time before replying to Huang. Feng is indeed talented. He is more than just talented. Huang echoed his words. His master has said that he is well-grounded and only lacking resources, which is why he had cultivated slowly when he was in the ancient world. However, now that he has entered the ancient sect, he has progressed faster and faster while depending on his previous accumulations. In these 2 years, his power has skyrocketed. Now, everyone in our sect has learned of his power. Surely, he will be able to keep his place in Enlightenment Mountain during the sect competition tomorrow. I agree. Jian Wushuang nodded. It was clear to him and everyone else in the sect that Feng could keep his place as an inner disciple in tomorrow's competition. As for the other competitors, few of them had made it to the 4th occult and, therefore, could not be his match. Alas, I really envy him. Huaying looked worried as he continued speaking. As for me, I've only comprehended the 2nd occult and can only be ranked in the middle among all the outer disciples. I'm afraid I will no longer be an inner disciple after tomorrow and won't be able to return to Enlightenment Mountain for a long time. He looked toward Jian Wushuang and continued. Jian Wushuang, with Xian Yi as your master, over the last 2 years, I reckon you've progressed no less than Feng has. Are you sure that you can survive tomorrow's competition? Well, not quite. Jian Wushuang thought he should be humble. Not quite. Huaying shot him an odd glance, but continued, Anyway, it's better than having no chance. You're not like me. I know I'll be removed from the list of inner disciples tomorrow. Jian Wushuang could not find any words to reply with, so he sighed in secret. Huaying was the weakest one among the 6 from the ancient world. Relying on the resources in the ancient sect, he had progressed a lot, but he was still far from being Feng's match. Chapter 668, The Competition Begins. Chapter 668, The Competition Begins. In fact, Jian Wushuang did have some confidence in tomorrow's sect competition. The heavenly creation skill is amazingly helpful. I have been able to cultivate 10 times faster than before since I reached the heaven-treading realm. This has been the most efficient period of my life so far. At my current level, I can roll through Feng and the other disciples. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, with Xian Yi as his master, possessing treasures like the 9-world picture, slaughter book, and a Dao origin fruit. All of this contributed to his making achievements that were beyond belief at the time. Not to mention that he also had 2 original bodies cultivating separately at Enlightenment Mountain. He was confident that he could defeat Feng and the other disciples in the competition. It all depends on tomorrow. A light of firmness flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he clenched his hands. The next day, the 10-year sect competition began. The whole sect was bustling with people. This competition was the only way that outer disciples could become inner disciples, so they valued this chance very much. They were dying for the opportunity to cultivate at Enlightenment Mountain like the inner disciples, because it meant they could cultivate 3 times faster than in other places. The rules for the competition were quite simple. The top 10 outer disciples and the 10 weakest from among the inner disciples would fight each other for the 10 empty positions to be inner disciples. At first light, the fight among the outer disciples began, and the list of the top 10 was released at noon. As for their opponents, the masters directly appointed 10 inner disciples to fight against them, including Jian Wushuang, Feng, and Huang. At one of the sect's large martial arts practice fields, which was used to hold competitions, the 10 outer disciples and 10 inner disciples stood at the center of the field, surrounded by many other disciples who desired to watch the battles. 10 outer disciples and 10 inner disciples. Jian Wushuang looked around and saw many new faces. He had spent the last 2 years cultivating alone, so he had little contacts with others. Nevertheless, he had heard some things about them from his talks with Feng and Huang. Overall, the outer disciples were powerful, and some of them had comprehended up to the 3rd occult. Jian Wushuang believed the top 10 must have at least reached that level. While looking around, he noticed a bronze-skinned, burly man with a fierce aura. The man was called Luo Yong, and he was recognized as the number 1 among all the outer disciples. Rumors had it that he had comprehended the 4th occult. Besides that man, there was a white-clothed woman who also caught many eyes. She was named Donger. Even though she was regarded as being the weakest among the inner disciples, she was in fact very powerful and had comprehended the 4th occult. There seemed to be a very good chance that those 2 would win a place as inner disciples. The same was true for Feng. Apart from them, there were several other geniuses who might succeed in the competition as well. As for the rest of them, it remained to be seen. Jian Wushuang was among the rest. This was because he had been immersed in cultivating and had not battled against the others over the years or adventured in the Tao Tower. No one knew how strong he really was. The competition is about to start, but how will it start? The onlookers discussed in confusion. Generally, the sect competition would be decided by many rounds of fighting, but it wasn't the same every year. Right then, a stunning figure appeared on the field. It was no other than the Vice Master of Sword Palace, Ling Yu, Jian Wushuang's acquaintance. She was the hostess of the competition. As soon as she landed on the field, she crushed a token, and a huge wormhole immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Her voice then echoed. This time the sect competition will be held inside the 9th Heaven Road. The words caused an uproar among the audience. 9th Heaven Road. This is beyond my expectation. Haha, those competitors have a lot suffering ahead of them as they walk through those 31 floors. 9th Heaven Road is a separate space, so we won't be able to see their performance, only their final results. What a pity. The onlookers sighed. Jian Wushuang had heard of the 9th Heaven Road before. It had 31 floors in total, with an obstacle on each floor. The more powerful one was, the higher he could reach. The 9th Heaven Road had been used several times before during the sect competition, and it had been proven that it could test the disciples' power by having all 20 disciples climb the floors together. Jian Wushuang, you must have progressed a lot, right? Feng suddenly looked toward Jian Wushuang and asked. Jian Wushuang seemed surprised by this question. Just a bit. Well, let's see who can go further in this competition, Feng added. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Chapter 669, 9th Heaven Road. Chapter 669, Ninth Heaven Road. This wormhole leads to the Ninth Heaven Road. Go ahead and enter, Lingyu said to the 20 competitors. The competitors immediately entered the wormhole without hesitation. The moment Jian Wushuang entered it, he found himself in front of a towering mountain. The mountain looked like it had been thrust into the clouds, with no end in sight and only a long path leading to its peak. While staring at the path in front of him, he spotted several figures standing a short distance away, but they had no signs of life. The 10 figures were black-armored puppet fighters, each armed with a long black spear, and they appeared to be guarding the path forward. After glancing at them, Jian Wushuang began to walk forward along the path. However, the moment his foot touched the first floor, the 10 puppet fighters all opened their eyes and stared at him emotionlessly. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The puppet fighters all charged at him at the same time then. After drawing near, they all attacked him with their spears. Swish, 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 swish. A cold light emanated from the spears, and they appeared as if they could pierce through anything. Jian Wushuang watched calmly as the spear attacks quickly approached him, waiting until the last moment to make his move. The heart-killing sword was already in his hand as he slashed out with a dazzling flash of sword light, at a speed that greatly exceeded the incoming spears as it passed the throats of the puppet fighters. With a single strike, he had defeated all the puppet fighters, who then moved back and opened up the path for him. It seems that the obstacle on the first floor is not that difficult. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked forward as he moved on along the path. The puppets that guarded each floor of the Ninth Heaven Road were in the same realm as their challengers. Since Jian Wushuang was in the skyscraping realm, the 10 puppet fighters he encountered were at that realm as well. Among the 20 challengers, those who had reached the divine realm would have to face puppet fighters that possessed the same power as a divine realm expert. As a result, the game was fair to everyone. The challengers could only depend on their comprehension of the Tao, skill, and offensive ability. A moment later, Jian Wushuang arrived at the second floor. Again, there were 10 puppet fighters waiting for him. They were more powerful than the previous 10, but it did not change their fate. As Jian Wushuang continued on, he effortlessly passed through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor. However, when he reached the 6th floor, things changed. He found out that there was a qualitative leap in terms of the puppet fighters' power on this floor. However, they were still unable to prevent him from moving forward. The 6th floor, the 7th, the 8th, Jian Wushuang continued on. At the same time, in a big hall of the ancient sect, many palace masters and vice palace masters had gathered together, including Xian Yi. They were watching the progress of the 20 disciples challenging the Ninth Heaven Road. They're moving so fast. Yeah, because it's just the beginning. They will slow down as they go further, especially once they reach the 16th floor. The puppet fighter's power becomes a level stronger every 5 floors, and the 16th floor, which is the middle of the path, is a big obstacle for the challengers. They will all be forced to slow down at that floor. These masters chatted casually while smiling. Things went just as expected. At the first, the 20 disciples were breaking through the blockades very quickly, but as they continued moving forward, they were all forced to slow down. When they finally reached the 16th floor, 19 of them made it to the next floor, while only one person failed. That person was Huang. It's obvious that Huang tried his best. Generally speaking, only those who have comprehended the third occult can defeat the puppet fighters on that floor. He was lucky to even make it that far given his level of power, one of the vice palace masters commented. Among the 6 geniuses Xian Yi brought back from the Firmament Territory feast, Huang was the weakest, but he has a determined mind. It's possible that he may reach the superior divine realm in the future. Huang was the first one to be thrown out of the wormhole. He displayed a bitter smile under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. He had expected his result, But when the time came, he still could not help feeling embarrassed and frustrated. He had nobody to blame but himself. The remaining 19 disciples continued moving forward, even though most of them visibly became slower after the 16th floor. All of them except for Luo Yong and Donger. These two had comprehended the fourth occult and were much more powerful than the others. Look, Luo Yong has made it to the 20th floor and is still moving at a fast pace. He has not reached his limit yet, so I guess that he should be able to at least make it past the 24th floor. I agree, but I think he will fail to break through the 25th floor. Donger's situation is similar. Chapter 670, Jian Wushuang's Swordsmanship. Chapter 670, Jian Wushuang's Swordsmanship. The masters in the hall all knew very well about the puppet fighter's power. Therefore, based on their disciples' strength, they knew how far they could go. In their eyes, Luo Yong and Donger could definitely break through the 24th floor. As for the others, they also had their judgments on them. Palace Master Destruction. Your personal disciple Feng is brilliant. It seemed easy for him to make it to the 18th floor, so I reckon he will get to the 21st floor. The voice came from a black-clothed lady. She was Palace Master Ming Xian, one of the 13 Palace Masters in the sect and an expert in the Light Tao. Haha, this boy really surprised me with his progress. As things stand, he should be able to challenge those top disciples now. However, I still don't think he can break through to the 21st floor. The 20th floor sounds more realistic. Even so, he will still be able to keep his place among inner disciples. Someone chimed in. They could tell most of the 19 disciples would not even make it to the 20th floor, so for Feng to make it that far was already quite excellent. Hey, has anyone been paying attention to Jian Wushuang? An icy voice suddenly echoed out. It came from Palace Master Immortal, who was good at slaughter Dao and had once wanted to take Jian Wushuang as his personal disciple. Jian Wushuang. On hearing his words, the others immediately looked toward Jian Wushuang and narrowed their eyes. Jian Wushuang was busy fighting the 10 puppet fighters on the 17th floor. One moment, he moved like a shadow, but in the next moment, he was like a sharp sword. Even under the attacks from his 10 opponents, he was still able to move easily, dodge them all. Brilliant! What great swordsmanship! His skill is simple and pure. Every time he strikes, he defuses the puppet fighter's attacks. With swordsmanship, it's always the simpler the better. Good boy, he's quite talented to have such brilliant skills at such a young age, and he is very close to condensing his sword heart. He deserves to be Xian Yi's nominal disciple. The masters all looked toward Xian Yi unconsciously. They all thought it was because of Xian Yi's guidance that Jian Wushuang was able to make such huge progress. Xian Yi revealed a causal smile to their way of praising his disciple. He knew very well that it was Jian Wushuang's gift in sword principle, not him, that had benefited Jian Wushuang the most. This boy! Palace Master Ming Xian could not help frowning as she watched Jian Wushuang. Back when Jian Wushuang refused to be a disciple of Palace Masters Baiyu and Mo Tao, his behavior had displeased many of the masters. Ming Xian was one of them. In her eyes, Jian Wushuang was too proud and arrogant. She even had disparaged him while chatting with other masters. However, soon after that, to her surprise, Jian Wushuang comprehended the second sword scar left by Xian Yi and became his nominal disciple, which had been a big blow to her. After that, she began to dislike Jian Wushuang even more. Hump, he is only good at sword principle. However, there are so many other things that matter in Ninth Heaven Road other than sword principle. Judging by his current power, he might not be able to break through the 18th floor, and he has to make it to the 19th floor to keep his position as Xian Yi's nominal disciple, Ming Xian said in a mocking tone. The others in the hall smiled at her words, but remained silent. Xian Yi, who was standing beside her, kept quiet regarding the discussion and just stared at Jian Wushuang with a smile. He is trying to find his limits in sword principle and take this chance to condense his sword heart. So up till now, he has only used his cultivation in sword principle without applying world Tao and slaughter Tao. However, condensing a sword heart is not easy. After the 17th floor, he will have to use all of his power. On the 17th floor of the 9th Heaven Road, when Jian Wushuang brandished his sword, there was a flurry of blows, both smooth and elaborate. It seemed like he was battling the puppet fighters effortlessly and even trying to make fun of them, but only he knew that he was at his limit. Indeed, it's quite difficult to condense my sword heart. I will have to wait until there is a better opportunity. Jian Wushuang smiled while looking around at all the puppet fighters. Then his eyes became sharp. Master told me that the better I perform in this competition, the more resources he can obtain for me. From this moment on, I'll stop restraining my power. I really want to see how far I can make it. The next moment, a sliver of light flashed in his eyes, and he released a burst of killing intent. Whoosh! He moved forward like a ghost while striking out with his sword. This move caused a dazzlingly stunning sword light to flash across the sky, which then swept past all the puppet fighters' throats. The 10 puppet fighters were defeated in an instant. When he arrived on the 18th floor, he struck at his targets like lightning. This time, he used his world energy. The moment he struck out, everything seemed to freeze. The 10 puppet fighters on this floor were defeated without struggling. The puppet fighters on the 19th floor suffered the same result. In just a short amount of time, Jian Wushuang had made it to the 20th floor. Chapter 671, Violet Devastation, Sword Skill. Chapter 671, Violet Devastation, Sword Skill. Jian Wushuang is excellent when it comes to sword skill, but it doesn't mean his comprehension of the Tao is good. Palace Master Ming Xen poured out her words, but when she saw Jian Wushuang quickly break through the 17th, 18th, and 19th floor in an instant, she was struck dumb, and the others were astonished as well. He is so fast. He was stuck on the 17th floor for a long time, wasn't he? How was he suddenly able to break through the 18th and 19th floor in the blink of an eye? The masters could not understand the sudden change. With only a strike on each floor, all the puppet fighters were defeated. Look at his sword! One of the vice palace masters suddenly cried out. The others immediately reacted to the voice and looked at the sword. They could see that all 10 puppet fighters on the 20th floor were diving towards Jian Wushuang aggressively. Then, almost at the same moment, Jian Wushuang made his move, which was followed by the release of an enormous amount of world energy. The floors that Jian Wushuang had passed were filled with dazzling sword light as his sword passed through the bodies of all the puppet fighters. He also cleared this floor with a single strike. How could this be possible? Palace Master Ming Xian's eyes were open wide, and there was a look of horror on her face. His swordsmanship is so terrifying. From his strike, I can tell that he has comprehended up to the 3rd occult and is only a step away from reaching the 4th occult. His comprehension of the world Tao is surprisingly high. There's still more. Look, everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Under their watchful gazes, Jian Wushuang made it to the 21st floor, on which the puppet fighters were much more powerful than those on the 20th floor. This time he could not end the battle as quickly as before, but he was still able to overpower his opponents. His sword rushed, surrounded by sword light and carrying an air of killing intent. The mighty power of the world Tao and slaughter Tao were being completely demonstrated by his swordsmanship. Under such powerful attacks, the 10 puppet fighters were forced to retreat. Oh my God, his comprehension of the slaughter Tao is no less than that of the world Tao. Luo Yong and Donger may have reached a higher level in the Tao than Jian Wushuang, but that is just in a single Tao. Jian Wushuang has comprehended the 3rd occult in both the world Tao and slaughter Tao. What's more, his talent in sword principle is really impressive. I agree. Overall, I think he is more powerful than Luo Yong and Donger. These masters were experienced and knowledgeable, so they had a general idea of how powerful Jian Wushuang was. Because of that, they could not deny that in terms of cultivation in sword principle and the Tao, Jian Wushuang was the best among all 20 of the challengers. They believed that Jian Wushuang would actually be able to make it past the 25th floor, while Luo Yong and Donger would probably have to stop on the 25th floor. Monster! This boy has greatly advanced in his comprehension of the Tao over the last 2 years after entering our sect. He is a real super genius. Previously, we thought that he was being conceited, but it seems like we misunderstood him. Complex feelings overwhelmed the masters. Even up till this moment, Xian Yi had remained silent. Jian Wushuang's performance on the Ninth Heaven Road was within his expectations, so it was not that surprising. Jian Wushuang continued to break through and challenge higher floors. Just as the masters had expected, it did not take him much time to pass these floors and reach the 25th floor. At a glance, Jian Wushuang could tell that every puppet fighter on that floor was as powerful as the weakest divine realm experts. After exchanging several moves with them, he realized that the puppet fighters' attacks were more skillful and fierce than before. The puppet fighters surrounded him from all directions. Shoop, 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 shoop. A net of spear shadows moved towards him and completely surrounded him. He exerted the power of his sword soul to the extreme and moved forward as if he had become a sword himself. Meanwhile, his heart-killing sword struck out continuously, causing countless sword shadows to sweep through the surroundings. He easily deflected all the spear attacks that were directed towards him. The puppet fighters on this floor are superior to all the ones I fought before, regardless of whether it's in power, speed, or skill. Not only that, they have good teamwork. It seems like I'll have to rely on some special methods to defeat them. I'll break through with pure power. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. The very next moment, he withdrew the heart-killing sword, took a step backwards, and held the sword with both hands. An overwhelming sword essence continued gathering in the blade as he released a burst of killing intent. The entire space seemed to completely freeze at that moment. Violet Devastation Sword Skill. Chapter 672, Peak Battle Strength. Chapter 672, Peak Battle Strength. Swoosh! A dazzling and splendid bright purple light lit up the sky. Behind it was a terrifying killing intent sought to destroy everything. Jian Wushuang held his sword up with both hands and swung it at 2 puppet fighters rushing toward him. The puppet fighters' spears also struck out to meet the sword. Clang! Clang! 2 crashes were heard, one after the other, and the spears were shattered. However, Jian Wushuang did not stop attacking them and finally defeated them. Jian Wushuang then moved toward the rest of the puppet fighters. Strike after strike, he displayed a brilliant swordsmanship that the puppet fighters could barely fight back against. A short while later, he passed the 25th floor and moved on to the next one. The senior experts in the hall all looked amazed when they saw Jian Wushuang's performance on the 25th floor. His power is so formidable. The skill he displayed just now should be a superior rank 3 secret skill. Wow! Even those who have comprehended the 4th occult, like Luo Yong and Donger, can't create a skill at that level, but Jian Wushuang actually did it. His cultivation in sword principle is amazingly high. One could create secret skills based on their comprehension of the Tao and weapons. Jian Wushuang might be weaker than Luo Yong and Donger in comprehending the Tao, but his cultivation of sword principle was far above theirs. That was why he could create the superior rank 3 secret skill, Violet Devastation Sword Skill. It was the most powerful move that he could currently perform. On the 26th floor of the 9th Heaven Road, Jian Wushuang faced 10 puppet fighters again, that were even more powerful than the previous ones. The moment the 10 puppet fighters started moving, Jian Wushuang was suppressed. They attacked him with impressive teamwork and forced him to continuously retreat. He is losing ground. Of course he is. Every puppet fighter on this floor is as powerful as a novice Divine Realm expert, and only someone above the level of an intermediate Divine Realm expert could withstand their attacks. He is only in the skyscraping realm, so it's already very impressive for him to make it this far. The 26th floor will be his limit. The expert sighed. Previously, they all thought that Jian Wushuang could make it to the 25th floor at best, and that the 26th floor was beyond his reach. Xian had not shown any feelings towards Jian Wushuang's situation yet. He just stared at him in silence, while thinking, "Boy, show me how far you can go." Under the puppet fighter's powerful attacks, Jian Wushuang was like a drowned mouse. "It looks it's time for me to go all out," he thought while narrowing his eyes. Then, in the next instant, there was a sudden increase in his physical strength. "Piss off!" He struck at the puppet fighter in front of him and forced it down, causing the puppet fighter to hit the ground and roll across the floor. Jian Wushuang then turned his sword towards the other puppet fighters and struck out at them like lightning. Clang! 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 After several sounds of metal colliding against metal, he beat them back a bit. Violet Cataclysm skill! Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled, and a purple light lit up the sky again. He forced another 3 puppet fighters to retreat. In just a moment, the 10 puppet fighters surrounded him were all beaten back. "I have been suppressing my power ever since I came to the eternal world. Not even once have I ever exposed my power to others during the last 2 years in the ancient sect, until this moment. It feels good to be able to go all out after so long." Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and felt the power surging within him. He had a flawless foundation and could release more power than others at the same level as him. Because of this, his body was stronger than other skyscraping realm experts. Overall, this made him more powerful than others. Even when compared to Divine Realm experts, he was just a little bit weaker. He had restrained his power this whole time, even when he fought with Gong Chao in the Firmament Territory Feast. Only now, on the 26th floor of the 9th Heaven Road, did he finally show his full power. For fear of arousing other suspicion, I had hidden my real power from the prying eyes and ears at the Firmament Territory Feast. But now things are different. I have to show more power so I can get more resources from the sect. And the people here won't know that my incredible power is because of my foundation. To be precise, they won't be able to tell that I have a perfect foundation. Before taking part in the sect competition, Jian Wushuang had decided that he would do his utmost in order to obtain more resources from the sect. Come on. Jian Wushuang was thrilled. He held his sword in one hand and gazed at the puppet fighters with his overwhelming battle intent. "Kill!" He shouted and dived forward. The 10 puppet fighters rushed toward him as well. An instant later, he was locked in an intense fight with them again. However, this time he had the upper hand. When he attacked, there was a terrifying power behind every one of his exquisite moves. He knocked his opponents away with the full exertion of his power, his comprehension of the Tao, and his skill. He was at the peak of his battle strength. Chapter 673, Jian Wushuang's Limit. Chapter 673, Jian Wushuang's Limit. Bang! Jian Wushuang's sword collided with the weapon from one of puppet fighters and forced the puppet downward. Then he drew back his sword and quickly stabbed towards the puppet's throat. He was so fast that the puppet couldn't completely defend itself and got hit. 1 defeated, but there are still 9 left. Jian Wushuang smiled. Several minutes ago, he was being overpowered by the puppet fighters and could barely fight back. But now that he had decided to no longer restrain his power, he could battle them with ease. Things continued on in a good direction. One after another, Jian Wushuang quickly defeated the rest of the puppet fighters. Finally, he cleared the 26th floor. The senior experts were startled by the sudden change that occurred between Jian Wushuang and the puppet fighters. What's going on? His power greatly improved. How could he release so much more power in such a short amount of time? The experts were confused. They had thought that the 25th floor was Jian Wushuang's limit and that there was no way he could pass the 26th floor. So, what they had just witnessed was completely beyond their expectations. He is only in the skyscraping realm, yet he is as powerful as a divine realm expert. I think it should be because of his strong body. He must have practiced some secret skills to strengthen his body, which allowed him to exert more power than other skyscraping realm experts. Palace Master Destruction cried out in astonishment. His strong body. The experts stared at Jian Wushuang closely, no longer paying any attention to the other disciples. At that moment, they were concerned with Jian Wushuang the most. As they continued to watch, they realized it was true. Jian Wushuang had made it this far by relying on his body. Palace Master Xian Yi, is it true that Jian Wushuang has practiced some secret skills to strengthen his body? Palace Master Immortal asked Xian Yi. The experts all immediately looked toward Xian Yi. I don't know. Xian Yi shook his head. His answer surprised the experts who expect him, as Jian Wushuang's master, to know every one of his disciples' skills. I really have no idea about that, Xian Yi added. There are some secret skills in our sect that can be used to strengthen one's body, but our sect regulations limit access to those skills. Only divine realm experts are allowed to practice them. I'm a man of principle. Since Jian Wushuang has not reached that level, there is no way I have given any of those skills to him. As I see it, he already possessed the skill before entering our sect. After hearing that, all the experts were lost in thought. They believed in Xian Yi and knew that he would not lie to them. None of the information from the Firmament Territory Feast revealed that Jian Wushuang possessed this level of strength. This boy is really cunning. He has hidden his real power from us this whole time, even during the Firmament Territory Feast. I reckon if it was not because he wanted to get more resources, he would not have exposed his power to us even now. He is really patient and determined. He truly lives up to his fame as a genius. When those experts looked at Jian Wushuang again, their eyes became frenzied. Without question, they all wanted to have him, a genius with such great talent and a determined mind, as their disciple. He has passed the 26th floor, so I'm curious if he can pass the next floor as well, someone suddenly said. In fact, all the experts were looking forward to seeing what Jian Wushuang did next. They changed their mind. In the beginning, they believed that Jian Wushuang would fail on the 18th floor, which turned out to be wrong. Later, they believed that the 25th floor was his limit, but he had already made it to the 26th floor. At this point, they finally realized that they should give up predicting his performance, because they did not know whether he had any trump cards remaining. On the 27th floor of the 9th Heaven Road, Jian Wushuang was facing an even greater pressure than before. He had made a full use of most of his advantages when fighting with the puppet fighters on the 26th floor, and it had still been hard for him to defeat them. Now, facing an even more difficult challenge, the 10 powerful puppet fighter on the 27th floor, he was not sure if he could succeed again. Just fight and see what result is. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he made his move and brought out a second figure that shared his exact appearance. He revealed his 2 original bodies. Swish, swish. The world body and slaughter body charged at the 10 puppet fighters at the same time, with each body taking on 5 puppets. In no time, the 27th floor was embroiled in 2 intense battles. Doppelganger's secret skill. The experts narrowed their eyes at the scene, but they were not surprised. They had already heard about Jian Wushuang displaying this skill in the Firmament Territory Feast. Chu, A spear attack that was targeting Jian Wushuang's world body quickly drew near. The world body met the spear with a sword, and the sound of the loud collision echoed out. Before the world body could regain his balance, two more puppet fighters drew near him and attacked. Seeing that, he hurriedly moved and dodged the attacks. The world body was completely suppressed, as was the slaughter body, who was fighting at the other side. Though the situation was bad, Jian Wushuang remained calm. Chapter 674, Condensing Sword Heart. Chapter 674, Condensing Sword Heart. Jian Wushuang became even calmer during this crisis. He was able to do this because of the many experiences he had while adventuring for all those years in the ancient world. Swish! As his two original bodies merged into one, the 10 puppet fighters immediately rushed towards him while slashing at him from all directions. However, he was not afraid at all. At that moment, everything in front of his eyes seemed to disappear, except for his sword, as if only he and the sword were the only things in the world. A sword is like a human being. It has its own feelings. Let your heart become one with it, and it will follow your heart, moving as you intend it to. Xian Yi's words echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Let your heart become one with it, and it will follow your heart. As he continually repeated this to himself, there was a gradual change in his swordsmanship. Not only that, his sword soul, which had been floating quietly in the sea of consciousness this whole time, suddenly quivered violently and released a surge of power. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and focused on sensing it, even though he was currently being attacked by 10 puppet fighters. Even during all that, he did not stop moving, and he even became swifter, enabling him to slowly increase his resistance against the puppet fighters. And all of this was thanks to the insight into sword principle he gained a moment ago from the frenzied attacks raining down on him from all these puppet fighters. As a result, his sword soul began to release an enormous power, which slowly flowed towards his sword heart. It was hard to imagine, but Jian Wushuang was experiencing all these things at such a crucial moment, yet it all made sense. He had been learning the sword principle for so long, even while he was still in the ancient world, building his sword soul up until it reached the highest level. Also, during the last 2 years in the ancient sect, he had been cultivating at an amazing speed due to Xian Yi's help. However, he had gradually reached a bottleneck. Therefore, just as Xian Yi had said, with so many accumulations, what he needed was a spark of insight. That spark of insight finally surfaced on the 27th floor. On the previous floor, he had gone all out, which relaxed him. Then, on the next floor, he had been forced to endure an unbearable pressure, which put him under an incredible amount of stress. While facing the contrast between these two feelings, he was finally able to break through the bottleneck. It was completely natural and straightforward. On the 27th floor, the 10 puppet fighters had used every method they had to attack Jian Wushuang. However, they were still repelled by him. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang finished condensing his sword heart, which meant that he could finally open the door and step into the real world of sword principle. Before that moment, he was still just an apprentice, even though he possessed such a strong sword soul, because condensing his sword heart was the first step everyone must take to enter that world. As of now, Jian Wushuang had finally arrived at a vaster road of cultivation. Back inside the 9th Heaven Road, Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and a streak of terrifying sword essence swept out from him. Swish, 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 swish. The puppet fighters were all forced backwards by this sudden release of power. Sword heart. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and focused on sensing of his sword soul, which had changed from its original form and become a dazzling light in the shape of a sword. This golden light was incredibly sharp, giving off the feeling that there was nothing it couldn't cut through. Is this light my sword heart? Jian Wushuang could sense that the power from this light was much stronger than his sword soul. He was so excited now that he had reached a whole new level in sword principle and could finally control his sword just with his heart. "Show me your power, sword heart." Jian Wushuang was full of expectations. He moved towards a nearby puppet fighter and struck out. It seemed to be a casual blow, but with the power of his sword heart, it moved towards its target 10 times faster than before. The puppet fighter spotted Jian Wushuang's move and tried to defend itself, but the sword went through its body before it could even move its spear to defend. Jian Wushuang then turned to other puppet fighters, defeating them all, one by one, so fast that they never even had a chance to fight back against him. The 27th floor was conquered. Going back several moments to the hall in which the experts of the ancient sect were gathered, everyone's sight was currently focused on Jian Wushuang. He was the only challenger that was still inside the 9th Heaven Road. The other challengers had all failed and were sent out. When they saw that Jian Wushuang was finally being forced into a corner, they seemed unsure whether he would be able to pass through the current floor. "This is his limit." Palace Master Ming Xian snorted in secret. Xian Yi shook his head while watching the scene. He had the same thought. However, in the next moment, to their surprise, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes after merging his 2 original bodies into one, yet he was still able to repel the puppet fighters. Upon seeing this, they quickly understood that Jian Wushuang had gained some insight into sword principle. This boy has gained some insight in sword principle. He received insight at such a critical moment. The experts were rather baffled. Then, right at that very moment, they saw Jian Wushuang open his eyes and defeat a puppet fighter with a single strike. Upon seeing that strike, all the experts, including Xian Yi, were amazed. Sword Heart. Chapter 675, Sword Heart. Chapter 675, Sword Heart. Sword Heart. Inside the large palace, all the experts were currently silent. The weakest among these experts was a superior divine realm expert who appeared to be so insightful and be able to see through the swordsmanship Jian Wushuang was performing, including the great change that just occurred in his movements. They were also well aware of the reason for the change. It was because they knew it that they understood how incredible it was. How is that possible? Sword Heart. It's really Sword Heart. Even most of the experts in the eternal realm who are good at sword principle have not reached the level of condensing a sword heart. As for divine realm experts, a divine realm expert that can condense a sword heart is already considered to be terrifyingly successful. But this boy, he is currently in the skyscraping realm. A skyscraping realm expert that can condense a sword heart. Even Palace Master Ming Xian, who always frowned at Jian Wushuang, was greatly surprised at the moment. In the firmament territory, or even the whole eternal world, a divine realm expert who had condensed a sword heart would count as a super genius. But there were so few of them in the entire eternal world, and the firmament territory had even fewer. How could a kid in the skyscraping realm condense a sword heart? It was unbelievable. But Jian Wushuang did it. He really was just in the skyscraping realm, and he was still young, but his swordsmanship had reached the level where he could condense a sword heart. All the experts there were in shock. Like Immortal, who was good at meditating on the slaughter Tao and wanted to take Jian Wushuang as his personal disciple. He said hurriedly, "Fortunately, he refused me. With my ability, I was definitely not qualified to be his master." Immortal sighed, "Even though I have a profound understanding of the slaughter Tao, my field of vision is rather narrow. I've tried my best, but only reached the eternal realm. So, I suppose I would only have wasted his talent at my level. In the entire ancient sect, I'm afraid Xian Yi is the only one who is qualified to instruct him." The experts in the palace all looked at Xian Yi. "Congratulations, Palace Master Xian Yi. You've accepted a good disciple. Xian Yi, this little fellow is so talented. With your guidance, he will definitely achieve a lot in the future." A kid in the skyscraping realm actually condensed his sword heart. His understanding of sword principle must be far higher than that of his comprehension of the world Tao and slaughter Tao. It is indeed the best choice for him to be apprenticed to Xian Yi. Hearing those compliments, Xian Yi smiled softly but said nothing. Even he felt a bit shocked deep down. The boy has given me 2 big surprises in rapid succession. They really were 2 big surprises. The first surprise was the burst of power that Jian Wushuang released. It was far stronger than anyone at the same level. The second was when he condensed his sword heart. Attention, everyone. Although my disciple is still at the skyscraping realm, his battle strength is only slightly weaker than normal divine realm experts. So he is qualified to cultivate my secret skills, Xian, he said plainly. On hearing that, all the experts glanced questioningly at one another. In the ancient sect, there were many secret skills which were restricted because they were closely related to the foundation of the ancient sect and its enormous power. According to rules in the ancient sect, only disciples who reached the divine realm could cultivate these secret skills. However, there was no rule that did not have an exception. Sure, Jian Wushuang was only in the skyscraping realm, but his battle strength was about the same as a common divine realm expert. Also, the amazing talent displayed by Jian Wushuang had completely conquered these experts. Yes, many experts nodded. Even Palace Master Ming Xian, who was not very fond of Jian Wushuang, still nodded reluctantly. In addition, since he has condensed his sword heart, it won't take long for him to fully grasp the 3rd sword scar. Once he does, he will be qualified to become my personal disciple, at which point I'll take him to cultivate at Sword Mountain, Xian Yi continued. Sword Mountain? All the experts' attention was immediately caught by these words, but each of them just nodded. After seeing this, Xian Yi smiled satisfactorily and returned to watching the image in front of him. The current image was of Jian Wushuang continuing his journey to the next floor. After condensing his sword heart, Jian Wushuang's battle strength had improved several times. At the same time, his swordsmanship was more profound and delicate, which was completely different than before. After passing through the 27th floor, he appeared on the 28th floor. The 10 puppet fighters on the 28th floor were slightly stronger than those on the 27th floor, but not much stronger. However, with his swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang easily passed through it. The puppet fighters on the 29th floor were able to pressure Jian Wushuang somewhat, but only a little bit. After short struggle, he passed through the 29th floor as well. The battle strength of puppet fighters on the 30th layer was another notch higher than those of the 29th floor. On the 30th floor, Jian Wushuang was forced to use his full strength. By releasing both of his original bodies, maximizing his sword heart, and using the full potential of his body, Jian Wushuang finally managed to pass through this floor, the 31st floor. It was also the final layer of the 9th Heaven Road. Reaching this floor meant that Jian Wushuang had basically reached the peak of the mountain, only one step away from the true summit. However, this last step was as difficult as going to heaven. In the 9th Heaven Road, every 5 floors was considered a small threshold, and every 15 floors was regarded as a large milestone. Going from the 30th to the 31st floor meant arriving at the final floor of the 9th Heaven Road, and it was the most difficult floor by far. The 10 puppet fighters on the 31st floor were much stronger than those on the previous floor. Jian Wushuang was even afraid that one of the puppet fighters on the 31st floor could battle with the 10 puppet fighters on the 30th floor. It felt like a single puppet fighter on the 31st floor was equivalent to 10 puppet fighters from the previous floor. The 10 puppet fighters joined hands and worked closely with each other. After only 2 exchanges, both of his original bodies had been defeated. In the end, Jian Wushuang was forced to stop at the 31st floor. This result did not surprise the ancient sect experts at all. The battle strength of each puppet fighter on the 31st floor of the 9th Heaven Road was the same as a peak intermediate divine realm expert. If the 10 puppet fighters worked together, the average advanced divine realm expert might not even be able to win. The boy really is terrific. However, in the end, he is still only in the skyscraping realm, so his battle strength is weaker than an advanced divine realm expert. Being able to make it that far already proves he is incredibly powerful. If he is given a little more time to fully grasp the fourth occult of the World Tao and Slaughter Tao, and to cultivate another secret skill combined with his sword heart, he is likely to pass through the 31st floor. But for now, it's still too soon. The expert sighed. Chapter 676, Dumbstruck. Chapter 676, Dumbstruck. At the huge martial arts practice field, many of the ancient sect disciples, including the 19 disciples who had come back from the Ninth Heaven Road, were still waiting. As soon as Jian Wushuang walked out of the wormhole, numerous eyes gazed straight at him. He stayed in the Ninth Heaven Road for so long. Luo Yong and Donger must have made it the farthest, but they didn't stay in the Ninth Heaven Road as long as Jian Wushuang. He did stay for a long time, but it doesn't mean he made it farther in the Ninth Heaven Road. Well, see, Vice Palace Masterling, you will announce the result later. I'm afraid Jian Wushuang could still lose his position as an inner disciple. The onlookers discussed, unanimously. Jian Wushuang ignored the eyes on him and walked straight towards the other 19 geniuses. Jian Wushuang. Feng looked at him and continued to ask, "How many floors did you pass through?" "What about you?" Jian Wushuang wasn't in a hurry to answer the question. "I made it through the 20th floor, but was stopped at the 21st floor," Feng said. "I made it to a floor a little higher than you," Jian Wushuang said and smiled. "Oh, then you passed the 21st floor?" Feng cast a confused look at him. Since he said had passed through more floors, that meant Jian Wushuang must have passed through the 21st floor. "Terrific!" Feng gave Jian Wushuang a thumbs up. "I thought with my improvements over the past 2 years that I could have caught up to you, but it seems I was too arrogant. It doesn't matter, though. I believe I can catch up to you someday." After hearing his words, Jian Wushuang's complexion turned odd. At this time, Vice Palace Masterling, you received the results for Jian Wushuang and others who entered the Ninth Heaven Road. "Now I'm going to announce the results," Ling Yu continued, Huaing, the 15th floor. Ling Yu announced the results according to the order in which the 20 disciples exited the Ninth Heaven Road. With Huaing being the weakest among the 20 disciples, it was only natural that he was also the first one to exit the Ninth Heaven Road, which resulted in his name being the first one announced. When he noticed all the strange looks that focused on him, his face turned red from embarrassment and bitterness. Zhong-ing, the 17th floor. Yuan Hai, the 17th floor. Xianlan, the 17th floor. Other than Huaing, who had only passed the 15th floor, the weakest one among the other disciples had passed the 17th floor of Ninth Heaven Road. But there were only 4 people who were stopped after the 17th floor. Most of the others made it through the 18th or 19th floor. Xiaofeng, the 20th floor. Jun-yi, the 21st floor. Feng, the 20th floor. At this point, the surrounding disciples couldn't help looking at Feng secretly as they marveled at him unanimously. It had only been 2 years since Feng joined the ancient sect. When he first arrived at the ancient sect, his understanding of the Tao was quite poor, but after 2 years he made an impressive amount of progress that even shocked many of the ancient sect disciples. Feng had made it past the 20th floor, which meant he was much stronger than Huang, so he would be able to keep his position as an inner disciple. Ling Yu continued announcing the names and quickly reached the last few places. Luo Yong, the 24th floor. Donger, the 24th floor. The surrounding disciples listened carefully to the results. When they heard that both Luo Yong and Donger had passed through the 24th floor, these disciples sighed secretly. Among the disciples who had been mentioned previously, the best one had only passed through the 21st floor. However, Luo Yong and Donger both had passed through the 24th floor, which meant they'd skipped 3 levels. It was really admirable. However, they all knew that Luo Yong and Dongger were much stronger than the other disciples because they had fully grasped the fourth occult. It was quite normal for them to reach a higher floor. After the results for Luo Yong and Dongger were announced, there was only one name left to be announced among the 20 disciples. The one left was Jian Wushuang. A majority of the surrounding disciples really wanted to hear his result. After all, Jian Wushuang had a high aptitude and had drawn a lot of attention ever since he arrived at the ancient sect. He even became apprenticed to Palace Master Xian Yi as a nominal disciple, which obviously made him stand out even more. Jian Wushuang, Ling Yu was about to announce the result, but she was suddenly dumbstruck by what she saw. What's wrong? Many of the disciples looked at Ling Yu in confusion. How? How is that possible? Ling Yu stared fiercely at the result in disbelief, but the result was sent from the palace, and she'd confirmed it was the final result. After thinking about it, Ling Yu could not help looking at Jian Wushuang with an extremely complicated expression. Then, under the gazes of the other disciples, she slowly announced the result, but her voice betrayed her excitement. Jian Wushuang, 30th floor. After announcing the result, Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The martial arts practice field was bustling with people discussing the 20 disciples' performance inside the Ninth Heaven Road, but when they heard Jian Wushuang's result, everyone immediately stiffened. Luo Yong, who had bronze-colored skin and an air of fierceness that resembled a fierce beast, folded his arms. The burly man stood there with a poker face. He had absolute confidence in his own strength since Head tried his best. He was convinced that no one in this competition could overshadow him. Even though Dongger reached the same level of understanding in the Tao as he did, and they had both passed through the 24th floor, Luo Yong believed Donger's performance was still inferior to his because he had put up a desperate fight with the 10 puppet fighters on the 25th floor. But at this moment he heard Ling Yu say, Jian Wushuang, the 30th floor. What? Luo Yong looked up and immediately glanced at Jian Wushuang. It's been less than 2 years since he came to the ancient sect. How is it possible for him to pass through the 30th floor of the Ninth Heaven Road? Excuse me, Vice Palace Master Ling Yu? Did you read it wrong? Maybe he just passed through the 23rd floor? Luo Yong asked abruptly. Dongger, Feng, and many of the other disciples who entered the Ninth Heaven Road, as well as the other people on the martial arts practice field, were staring at Ling Yu. They all believed Ling Yu had read it wrong. However, Ling Yu shook her head and said with assurance, Jian Wushuang passed the 30th floor. You heard me correctly. Ling Yu confirmed it once again so that no one would doubt it. At hearing that, all the ancient sect disciples became shocked. Chapter 677, Personal Disciple. Chapter 677, Personal Disciple. The drill ground was completely silent. The 30th floor. Almost no one could believe what they heard. Even the 2 geniuses, Luo Yong and Dongger, looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. It had been several decades since they arrived at the ancient sect, and they were convinced they'd made great progress over the years. But their results were nothing when compared to Jian Wushuang. They couldn't even be compared. He'd passed through 30 of the 31 floors in the Ninth Heaven Road. There was only 1 floor left for Jian Wushuang to pass. It had only been 2 years since Jian Wushuang joined the ancient sect. Jian Wushuang, you. Feng, who stood beside Jian Wushuang, looked as if he had seen a ghost. He knew that Jian Wushuang had passed through more floors because he had asked him, but he only thought Jian Wushuang got through the 21st floor. So he was not that discouraged and believed he could catch up to him in the future. But now, he hears that it was the 30th floor, 10 floors ahead of him. In the past 2 years, he thought he had caught up with Jian Wushuang, but now he realized the gap between Jian Wushuang and him had only grown larger, far more than he could handle. The 10-year ancient sect competition came to an end, and with that the 10 places for inner disciple had been decided. Both Jian Wushuang and Feng kept their positions as inner disciples, and only Hua Ying lost his position and became an outer disciple. However, even though the sect competition had come to an end, there was still a heated discussion going on about Jian Wushuang. It was a hot topic among the disciples at first, but the heated discussions finally began to die down after several days. Jian Wushuang brushed aside those voices. After the sect competition finished, he immediately headed to Sword Palace and began meditating in front of the stone tablet in front of Sword Tower. Jian Wushuang had already grasped the second of the 3 sword scars left by Xian Yi and had become his nominal disciple. As for the 3rd scar, the 3rd sword scar fused all 9 sword movements from the 1st sword scar into one, which was 1,000 times more difficult than the 2nd sword scar. As Jian Wushuang was meditating, his cultivation in sword principle had increasingly improved. It didn't mean that he couldn't grasp the 3rd sword scar, but he had no idea where to begin. It had only been recently that he finally condensed his sword heart. Now that his sword heart was condensed, he looked at the 3 sword scars again, but now they looked completely different to him. Previously, he couldn't even figure out where to start while looking at the 3rd sword scar, but now, with just a simple glimpse, he suddenly felt inspired. Half a month later, crash! A sword light flew out and rushed through the empty space ahead. It seemed to move without making noise or disturbing the surroundings. But right after the sword light passed through the area, there was a series of explosions. Boom! Boom! This sword seemed to be a combination of many occults, which resulted in terribly enormous power. When performed, it was even more powerful than the superior rank 3 secret skill he created, Violet Devastation Sword Skill. What a frightening sword strike! Jian Wushuang raised the heart-killing sword in his hand, looking at a series of overwhelming swordsmanship movements in front, with his eyes displaying a slight shade of shock. This sword strike was so frightening that Jian Wushuang even believed it was much more powerful than a rank 4 secret skill. It was definitely a powerful killing move. Have you grasped it? Suddenly, a soft floating voice sounded beside him. Jian Wushuang looked next to him and realized that Xian Yi had suddenly appeared by his side. Master! Jian Wushuang immediately bowed and said. Xian Yi stepped forward slowly, then stopped less than a meter away from Jian Wushuang. When you condensed your sword heart on the 9th Heaven Road, I knew that it wouldn't take you long to grasp the 3 sword scars I left behind. But it's only been half a month. A mild smile grew on Xian Yi's face as he continued. I made a rule: if anyone below the Eternal Realm fully grasps my 3 sword scars, they can become my personal disciple. Since you've succeeded, from this day on you will be my 4th personal disciple. The 4th personal disciple. It seemed to appeal Jian Wushuang. In the 2 years he spent in the ancient sect, he'd never heard that Xian Yi had other personal disciples. Many disciples of Sword Palace said that there was nobody who had fully comprehended all 3 of the sword scars left by Xian Yi, but now. You do have 3 senior brothers, but they have already left the ancient sect and set off on new adventures. If possible, you will meet them one day, Xian Yi said and smiled. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, filled with anticipation at the bottom of his heart. There were very high standards for becoming one of Xian Yi's personal disciples. The other 3 senior brothers should all be extraordinary, so he was looking forward to seeing their abilities someday. Follow me, Xian Yi said. Xian Yi led Jian Wushuang to Sword Tower. Only Jian Wushuang and Xian Yi were left inside Sword Tower. Now that it's only the 2 of us, I have something I want to ask you, Xian Yi said while looking at Jian Wushuang. Master, please ask. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Earlier at Firmament Territory Feast, I realized you must have received a remarkable opportunity in the ancient world. If not, how is it possible for you to reach your current level and even acquire the doppelganger's secret skill in less than 40 years. Xian Yi said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. After seeing his performance at Firmament Territory Feast, even the experts from every sect could tell that he had received an extraordinary opportunity, let alone Xian Yi, so Jian Wushuang could not deny it. At that time, we didn't have any relationship, so I never asked you about it. After all, everyone has had their own opportunities, and I won't interfere with it. But now, since you are my personal disciple, I have to ask about your previous experience, Xian Yi said. Jian Wushuang also understood. As a master, one must have a certain understanding of his disciples' previous experiences. I did have a somewhat outstanding opportunity in the ancient world, and I was even lucky enough to be instructed by a super expert, Jian Wushuang said directly. Of course, the super expert he referred to was undoubtedly Emperor Shao. Ah, I see. Xian Yi seemed to realize something. Then he immediately continued. Do you have a secret skill for body reshaping? Your foundation seems extraordinarily strong. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded again. I acquired a body reshaping technique called Immortality in the ancient world, so my body should be quite strong. As for my foundation, I have to thank the experts' guidance for that. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to reveal anything about the heavenly creation skill, which was his biggest secret. So the only thing he could do was to place the blame on Emperor Shao. Immortality's secret skill? Xian erased his eyebrows, but didn't continue asking about it. As a master, he only needed to know what Jian Wushuang had experienced. There was no need to go into detail about it. Chapter 678, Vibration. Chapter 678, Vibration. Everyone has their own unique opportunities. The fact that you, a little fellow from the ancient world, received such incredible an opportunity just means that you are very fortunate and blessed, Xian Yi smiled. Now that I know you've acquired the immortality secret skill, I won't ask about it anymore. You can go back first. I need to prepare some secret skills which are suitable for you. In addition, I will help you apply to cultivate at Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain. It seemed to appeal to Jian Wushuang. On the first day he arrived at Sword Palace, he heard about Sword Mountain from Zhu Lai. Sword Mountain was unique to Sword Palace, and it was demanding to cultivate there. Sword Mountain was almost a legend in Sword Palace, and few people could cultivate there. But apparently, Jian Wushuang had the qualifications now. I'll take my leave then, Jian Wushuang said. Then he turned around and left. As Xian Yi watched Jian Wushuang leaving, an enigmatic smile appeared on his face. My disciple is very cautious. His opportunity was by no means as simple as what he said. He is hiding a very big secret, but he won't even tell me about it. Xian Yi murmured, but he didn't blame his disciple. On the contrary, a strong appreciation could be seen flickering in his eyes. Since it was a big secret, it was better if fewer people knew about it. If Jian Wushuang told him the secret easily, it would definitely disappoint him. The little fellow is superb, both in talent and wisdom. He is a real diamond in the rough. Once he is polished, he will be able to achieve a lot in the future. As for the polishing, it will not be that difficult. The very moment he became my personal disciple, the polishing had already started. Haha! If Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect knew that I've taken Jian Wushuang as my personal disciple, I'm afraid the three magnates would explode. Not long after Jian Wushuang grasped the 3 sword scars left by Xian Yi, the news that Xian Yi had taken him as his personal disciple had spread throughout the entire the ancient sect. At that time, the whole ancient sect was in shock. The ancient sect disciples were aghast. Since Xian Yi was one of the oldest, most mysterious, and most powerful palace masters, everyone dreamed of being apprenticed to him. It was a pity, though, the requirement for becoming his disciple was just too demanding. After so many years, No one had met the standards set by Xian Yi, and these ancient sect disciples didn't know that Xian Yi already had other personal disciples. In their eyes, Xian Yi had finally accepted a personal disciple. Immediately after that, countless ancient sect disciples began to admire Jian Wushuang for having such a powerful master whom everyone dreamed of apprenticing to. As for experts in the ancient sect, they remained calm after hearing this news. They knew that Jian Wushuang had condensed his sword heart and that the third sword scar would no longer be a challenge for him. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang would be able to grasp the third sword scar and became the personal disciple of Xian Yi. However, they never expected him to succeed as quickly as he did and only use half a month to comprehend it. The news of Xian Yi accepting a personal disciple didn't just shock the ancient sect, though. It even created a great disturbance within the entire Firmament Territory. One of the three magnates of the Firmament Territory, Cloud Sea Asgard. At the center of a huge immortal mansion inside the Cloud Sea Asgard sect, dozens of elders had gathered, led by a gray-haired and barefoot elder with a baby face. This barefoot elder was Yun Fan, the great elder of Cloud Sea Asgard. I had just heard news from the ancient sect that Xian Yi accepted a personal disciple today, and the disciple is the well-known Jian Wushuang. Yun Fan looked rather grim. Normally, if someone else accepted a personal disciple, it had nothing to do with him or Cloud Sea Asgard. But it was wholly different when Xian Yi accepted a personal disciple. All of Cloud Sea Asgard attached great importance to it when Xian Yi accepted a personal disciple. After hearing what Yun Fan said, these elders looked grim as well. I've found out some information about Jian Wushuang. He is a peerless genius from the ancient world who just recently appeared in Firmament Territory Feast 2 years ago, Yun Fan continued. Although he came from the ancient world, he gave an impressive performance at Firmament Territory Feast. At that time, he was already incredibly powerful. He had spent less than 40 years cultivating, and he had only been in the skyscraping realm for less than a year. He is only slightly inferior when compared with Gong Chao. After hearing that, all the elders were shocked. Gong Chao was currently a disciple of their Cloud Sea Asgard. They were all aware of his talent and strength. However, Jian Wushuang, who cultivated for less than 40 years and came from the ancient world, was evenly matched with Gong Chao. It was completely unbelievable. After Jian Wushuang arrived at the ancient sect, he quickly demonstrated his amazing talent in sword principle and became apprenticed to Xian Yi as a nominal disciple. Not long after ago, he took part in their sect competition and managed to pass through 30 floors of the Ninth Heaven Road in one go. It's truly incredible. Yun Fan clasped his hands. The 30th floor of the Ninth Heaven Road. These elders marveled at such a result. They all knew about the Ninth Heaven Road, which was composed of 31 floors. It was unimaginable that a kid in the skyscraping realm could pass the 30th floor. According to the information we have, Jian Wushuang is still in the skyscraping realm, but he has already condensed his sword heart. After condensing his sword heart, it only took him half a month to comprehend the third sword scar left by Xian Yi. After that, Xian Yi agreed to accept him as a personal disciple. Yun Fan said, then remained silent for a while. After that moment of silence, he raised his head and glanced around with a very grim look in his eyes. Everyone, all of you know how terrifying Xian Yi is. And it's not just because of his own strength. The most important part is his ability to instruct his disciples. Before Jian Wushuang, he already had 3 personal disciples, whose achievements are known by all of us. These elders of Cloud Sea Asgard also stayed silent. The 3 personal disciples Xian Yi instructed. Immediately, 3 figures appeared in their minds. At the mere thought of them, they all trembled in fear. Xian Yi, he is a complete and utter monster, so the disciples he instructs will definitely be monstrous as well. His first 3 personal disciples have made incredibly fast progress. I don't even need to comment on it. You all understand how terrifying the three of them are. Any one of them is strong enough to threaten the entire Cloud Sea Asgard. And now Jian Wushuang, who spent less than 40 years cultivating, possesses a strength that is almost equal to Gong Chao, and condensed his sword heart while still in the skyscraping realm. Probably has even higher talent than those other 3 personal disciples. Chapter 679 Kill. Chapter 679 Kill. What Yun Fan said shocked the experts of Cloud Sea Asgard. After hearing his words, they all realized that Jian Wushuang's talent was far better than Xian Yi's previous 3 personal disciples. Damn it, Jian Wushuang should have been our disciple. That's Xian Yi's fault. With a resentful face, Shi Qianhan clasped his hands. Previously, during the Firmament Territory feast, he had invited Jian Wushuang to join Cloud Sea Asgard. However, Jian Wushuang refused. At that moment, Xian Yi's doppelganger cut him in 2 and made him become a laughingstock. He had already been mad at him, but he was even angrier now that he knew Jian Wushuang had become Xian Yi's personal disciple. The ancient sect is already very strong, Yun Fan continued. We can't let it continue to grow. We also can't let Jian Wushuang follow in his senior brother's footsteps. He is still young and not that strong yet, so we need to kill him as soon as possible. When they heard that, all the elders were shocked. It was common to assassinate the geniuses from the other sects in the Firmament Territory. If a sect had some excellent geniuses, they would usually become a target, and other sects would try to kill them. And since Cloud Sea Asgard was the #1 sect in the Firmament Territory, they had a lot of pride. They always looked down on these sneaky actions. Even when the geniuses from the other 2 magnates, the Immortal Dynasty and the Boundless Demon Sect, were a threat to them, they still never attempted to assassinate them. But now, Great Elder Yun Fan was planning to kill Jian Wushuang, which showed how much he feared Xian Yi and Jian Wushuang. The threat from Xian Yi's personal disciples was far more terrifying than the geniuses from the Immortal Dynasty and Boundless Demon Sect. Jian Wushuang must die, but we need to do it secretly, in a way that the ancient sect won't discover. After all, it's hard to deal with their palace master, Xian Yi, Yun Fan said solemnly. As soon as Yun Fan's words faded, an elder instantly suggested the Eternal Zone will start soon. That will be a good opportunity. Jian Wushuang is very talented, so he will definitely enter the Eternal Zone. There will be plenty of chances for us to kill him. The Eternal Zone? Yun Fan intrigued and nodded. I would have forgotten about that if you hadn't mentioned it. The Eternal Zone happens every century. The next time will be in a few years. If we're going to take part in the Eternal Zone, we need to start preparing for it as soon as possible. The other elders all nodded to express their agreement. The Eternal Zone was not only a good opportunity for the disciples, but also for the elders in the Eternal Realm. For instance, Yun Fan received an incredible opportunity in the Eternal Zone that greatly increased his strength and allowed him to become a great elder. As for Jian Wushuang, when the Eternal Zone begins, we can look for a chance to kill him. At that same moment, in the Immortal Dynasty, Jian Wushuang has become Xian Yi's personal disciple. The kid has condensed his sword heart while still in the skyscraping realm. That's already incredible. What kind of monster is Xian Yi going to train? The ancient sect is only one of the top sects, but since Xian Yi has already trained 3 monsters, it has already surpassed the 3 magnates. Now he is planning to train a 4th disciple? We can't let Jian Wushuang get stronger, otherwise the ancient sect will be superior to us. The Boundless Demon Sect. We must kill Jian Wushuang before he becomes stronger, but we can't let Xian Yi find out. Otherwise, if he gets mad, no one knows what would happen. Think of a way to frame Cloud Sea Asgard or the Immortal Dynasty. Simply put, Jian Wushuang must die, but we can't be the ones to kill him. When the 3 magnates, Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect, found out that Jian Wushuang had become Xian Yi's personal disciples. They all acted calmly on the surface, but they secretly made plans. As Xian Yi said, the three magnates couldn't calm down after they heard that Jian Wushuang had become his personal disciple. However, they were scared of Xian Yi, so none of them dared to do anything out in the open. The ancient sect looked the same as always. The second day after Jian Wushuang became Xian Yi's personal disciple, Xian Yi took him to Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain was inside the ancient sect. There were numerous towering mountains in the ancient sect, and Sword Mountain was hidden among them. It was in the center, surrounded by several towering mountains, so it didn't stand out when compared to the others. When Jian Wushuang saw it, it seemed shorter than others, and he didn't notice anything special about it. However, when he got close, he realized this mountain was covered by a restriction that stretched from the bottom to the top. "Follow me." Xian Yi launched several palms at the restriction to open it. Then they continued towards Sword Mountain. Even after they arrived at the top of Sword Mountain, Jian Wushuang still didn't sense anything special about it. It was just like a normal mountain. However, once they entered a cave mansion, Jian Wushuang instantly sensed an incredible sword essence that filled the whole cave mansion. This sword essence was profound and seemed to encompass everything. What a powerful sword essence! This sword essence includes many different aspects of sword principle. It's like a sea that was created by hundreds of rivers. Jian Wushuang thought secretly when he arrived at the core of the cave mansion. "Jian Wushuang, look at those stone walls," Xian Yi said with a smile. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the stone walls, and his expression changed abruptly. There were lots of Tao characters on it, but all of them looked exactly the same. However, Jian Wushuang had condensed his sword heart, so he looked more closely at the Tao characters. At that point, he realized that they were all unique. When Jian Wushuang looked at the Tao character in front of him, it looked like a simple word at first, but it slowly transformed into a complete and extreme sword principle. Chapter 680, Sword Mountain. Chapter 680, Sword Mountain. It was a very advanced sword principle. Since Jian Wushuang only had superficial knowledge, he was unable to comprehend most of it. Very profound. Jian Wushuang shook his head and looked at some of the other Tao characters, but they were also too profound for him to understand. Finally, Xian Yi began to explain. Sword principle is quite broad and profound, and you've just recently condensed your sword heart, which is only the starting line for truly cultivating sword principle. Sword principle is very complicated. Because of that, it is divided into 72 concepts, which are like 72 rivers joining to form a sea. If you only understand one concept, you can only comprehend a tiny part of sword principle. So, if you want to truly comprehend sword principle, you have to completely understand all 72 concepts. For now, you still have a long journey ahead of you, Xian Yi said and smiled. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang shrugged, but he didn't feel depressed. He was still very young, so he had time to cultivate and meditate on sword principle. As of now, he had only just reached the most basic requirement. However, if he had enough time, it would be very possible for him to comprehend all of them. There are 72 Tao characters in this cave mansion, and every one of them represents the pinnacle in a concept of sword principles. Every Tao character represents one of the essences of sword principle. So now, what you need to do is try your best to comprehend them and improve your understanding of sword principle. Compared to cultivating on your own, this will be easier and more effective, Xian Yi said. After hearing that, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. If he tried to cultivate sword principle on his own, even with Xian Yi's guidance, there would still be a limit on how much he could improve. However, if he had the essences that make up sword principle as a reference, it would be a different story. These 72 Tao characters encompassed all the different concepts of sword principle and broke them down to their most basic form. Being able to use this would be the same as taking an incredibly difficult task and breaking it into numerous simple tasks. It might be impossible for him to complete such a difficult task. But if they were broken up into numerous simple tasks, he could work on them one step at a time. At the same time, he would be slowly improving his comprehension of sword principle. Doing it this way made it much easier to handle. Is this Sword Mountain? Jian Wushuang was very excited as he clasped his hands. He knew the requirement for entering Sword Mountain was very high, so he expected it to be an exceptional place for cultivating. To his great surprise, it was much more incredible than he expected because it was tailor-made for warriors who cultivated sword principle. As long as he meditated on these 72 Tao characters, his comprehension of sword principle would definitely improve. Although the requirement to enter is high, there is no time limit once you enter. You can stay here for as long as you want. Also, there are a few things I would like to give to you, Xian Yi said. Jian Wushuang looked at him. Previously, Xian Yi had told him that he would apply for some resources to give him. The first is a secret skill. Xian Yi said, secret skills are very powerful, but the cultivation requirements are also very high. Most secret skills that can improve physical power require the warrior to be in the divine realm. However, you are only in the skyscraping realm, so you can't use those skills yet. However, I will give some that you can cultivate and are useful for you. The first secret skill is a sword art. Xian Yi said and then handed a jade slip to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang accepted it and took a quick glance at it. Boundless Heaven Sword Art. Jian Wushuang felt a rush of excitement in his heart. This jade slip recorded the Boundless Heaven Sword Art, which was a very powerful secret skill. There was a total of 7 sword movements, and the power was quite terrifying. Moreover, the Boundless Heaven Sword Art utilized both sword principle and Tao comprehension, which made it a very versatile skill. As long as he reached the minimum requirement, he could even use the Boundless Heaven Sword Art with either the World Tao or Slaughter Tao. This secret skill is different from a self-created one. Those can be used to attack, defend, and movement since self-created skills will suit you perfectly. However, secret skills such as sword art, saber techniques, and stick technique are killing moves. If you look at the Boundless Heaven Sword Art, it contains 7 sword moves that are all killing moves. It requires tremendous spiritual power to use them, but the power will be greater than a self-created skill. On top of that, you've already reached the requirement for learning the first move, Xian Yi said. I've reached the requirement for learning the first move. Jian Wushuang was shocked, but quickly understood the reason. The last sword scar from the 3 that Master has left is the requirement. Yes. Xian Yi smiled and nodded. That sword imitates the first move of the Boundless Heaven Sword Art. However, it is only an imitation, so it can't compare with the real first move. After hearing that, Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had comprehended and practiced the 3rd sword scar. Its power was already terrifying and much powerful than the superior rank 3 secret skill that he created, Violet Star Destruction. Since it was only an imitation of the first move of the Boundless Heaven Sword Art, its power would be far weaker than the original. How powerful would the first move be? The Boundless Heaven Sword Art can improve your offensive power, but the most important thing for a warrior is to protect themselves, so I also acquired a protective skill for you, the Dragon Blood Secret Skill. It is a skill that will help you escape by increasing your speed for a short time. However, it burns your spiritual power to achieve this, so this skill should only be used to escape, not to fight. You should study it carefully. Xian Yi handed the 2nd jade slip to Jian Wushuang. It requires you to burn your spiritual power. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Spiritual power was the core of a warrior's power. To burn their spiritual power? It was very unlikely that anyone in the eternal world would dare to do that. Finally, I have one more secret skill, a very unique skill, Xian Yi said as he handed a golden scroll to Jian Wushuang. This scroll was a golden jade slip that gave off an ancient aura. Jian Wushuang took it and quickly skimmed through it. Universal Tao Scripture. Chapter 681. Universal Tao Scripture. Chapter 681. Universal Tao Scripture. Universal Tao Scripture. Jian Wushuang frowned. This golden scroll recorded a secret skill called the Universal Tao Scripture. This secret skill described the method for cultivating, but it didn't explain what it actually did. You must be patient and cultivate it. Later on, you will understand how useful it is, Xian Yi answered with a hint of mystery. Although Jian Wushuang was confused, he still nodded. He didn't know how useful this secret skill would be, but it was obvious by looking at the cultivation method that it wouldn't harm him. Moreover, he wasn't worried about it because it was given to him by his master. In addition to these three, I know you've also cultivated the immortality secret skill. Xian Yi looked at Jian Wushuang. Usually it's better to cultivate while using natural treasures that improve your physical strength, so I've acquired some for you. They are all in this interspatial ring. Xian Yi handed the interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was surprised and happy when he saw it. There were 4 techniques in the immortality secret skill: the bone fusion technique, blood condensation technique, armor technique, and divine body technique. When he was in the ancient world, he had already finished cultivating the bone fusion technique. However, he hadn't started on the blood condensation technique because he lacked natural treasures. Now he would be able to start cultivating it and even try to reach the advanced level. As his physical body grew stronger, his strength would also skyrocket. I've done what I can. Now, everything else will depend on you, Xian Yi said. Thank you, Master. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Xian Yi waved and left while Jian Wushuang stayed in the cave mansion. As he looked at the 72 Tao characters on the stone wall, a spark flashed through Jian Wushuang's eyes. Master has obtained all these resources for me, but how much I can improve depends on myself. I need to work hard. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed. Then his figure vibrated and instantly separated into his 2 original bodies. Sword Principle, Sword. His 2 original bodies started to meditate. Since these 2 original bodies both had their own consciousness, they were able to meditate on different Tao characters, which sped up the process. Moreover, he had good talent in Sword Principle, and the Tao characters had been simplified, so it was much easier for him to meditate on them. As time flew by, his comprehension of Sword Principle continued improving. While meditating on Sword Principle, he was also working on the World Tao, the Slaughter Tao, and the other 3 secret skills that Xian Yi gave to him. Among these 3 secret skills, the Boundless Heaven Sword art required a higher level of comprehension in Sword Principle. As for the Dragon Blood secret skill, he only needed to know the method for burning his spiritual power. The rest would be easy. There were 2 levels for this skill. For the first level, spiritual power was burned slowly, and his speed could increase to 10 times his normal speed. However, for the second level, spiritual power was burned at an incredible rate, so even a divine realm expert would only last about 10 breaths before their spiritual power was completely exhausted. However, while he was burning his spiritual power, his speed would be hundreds of times faster than usual, so it was the perfect skill for escaping. As for the Universal Tao Scripture, this was a unique secret skill. Jian Wushuang spent a long time studying it before he finally started to cultivate it. However, he didn't notice any difference after completing the cultivation. Perhaps it was like Xian Yi said he would have to wait to understand its benefits. Jian Wushuang focused his attention and meditate at Sword Mountain, totally ignored the passage of time. From spring to winter, time flew by. Without him realizing it, 6 years had passed. At the ancient sect inside the Tao Palace, many disciples had gathered together and were participating in small talk. Did you hear? 3 days ago, Feng, the personal disciple of Palace Master Destruction, broke through and became a divine realm expert. and since his comprehension of Tao is very high, he has already become an advanced divine realm expert. In the future, if he cultivates even more secret skills, he is almost guaranteed to become a superior divine realm expert. Superior divine realm expert, that's the same level as the vice palace master level of the Tao Palace. Yes, Feng really has good talent. Lots of disciples were impressed by the news. After considering their levels of Tao comprehension, weapon cultivation, original secret skills, and some other means, divine realm experts had been divided into 4 levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, and superior. However, there was a huge gap between each level. Even 10 novice divine realm experts working together to fight an intermediate divine realm expert would be overpowered. But even novice divine realm experts could have big differences in strength between each other. An advanced divine realm expert was already counted as a high-level expert. As for superior divine realm experts, in the ancient sect, there were numerous divine realm experts. The Divine Palace had hundreds of novice, intermediate, and advanced divine realm experts, but only a few superior divine realm experts. Usually, a superior divine realm expert could be a vice palace master of the Tao Palace. Feng had been in the ancient sect for no more than 10 years, but he had already broken through and become an advanced divine realm expert. That was really amazing because most of the disciples would only be novice divine realm experts when they broke through. A few of them could even reach intermediate divine realm in battle strength, but only a couple would possess battle strength at the advanced divine realm level. Feng has broken through and become a divine realm expert. But what about Jian Wushuang? They came to the ancient sect at the same time, and his talent is better than Feng's, so he should have reached an even more amazing level. A disciple suddenly said, "Jian Wushuang? I don't know. I heard he has been cultivating at Sword Mountain for several years. It's very seldom that he comes back to Enlightenment Mountain, and he hasn't challenged anyone, so no one knows how strong he is. However, he has definitely improved a lot. Even if he still can't break through to the divine realm, he will not be weaker than Feng." Yes, after only being in the ancient sect for 2 years, he could already pass the 30th floor of the 9th Heaven Road. Now he is the personal disciple of Palace Master Xian Yi, so he should have made some extremely significant improvements. Chapter 682, Prove Yourself. Chapter 682, Prove Yourself. As the disciples were talking about Jian Wushuang, they couldn't help being amazed. Jian Wushuang had already become a monster in the ancient sect the moment he passed the 30th floor of the 9th Heaven Road during the sect competition. The Sword Mountain was still not noticeable. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the sky above Sword Mountain. The figure turned out to be Xian Yi. He glanced at the cave mansion and smiled, then entered it. Jian Wushuang had his eyes closed and was still in the middle of practicing his swordsmanship. Though it's being referred to as swordsmanship, it was actually just a simple sword slash. It was simple, easy, and quick. But when Xian Yi saw it, he smiled. Going from complexity to simplicity, that is the proof of having reached profound realm. He has already comprehended the first level of sword heart. Xian Yi smiled slightly. At that moment, Jian Wushuang stopped and looked at Xian Yi. "Master!" Jian Wushuang greeted him respectfully. During these 6 years, Xian Yi had come to see him every several times and given him advice on many occasions. So he knew that Xian Yi was trying to help him. Although 6 years was not that long, they had built a deep friendship. "You have been meditating in Sword Mountain for 6 years. It's time for you to leave," Xian Yi said with a smile. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but a smile quickly appeared on his face. These 72 Tao characters were indeed very mysterious. In the first couple years of meditating on them, he made dramatic improvements in sword principle. However, his progress eventually began to slow down. Especially recently, his improvement had become very slow. It was still faster than meditating on his own, but compared to when he first started, there was a big difference. Jian Wushuang realized that the 72 Tao characters were less useful now than they were before. In 2 months, the Eternal Zone will reopen, Xianyi said. The Eternal Zone. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked at Xian Yi in surprise. The Eternal Zone is an important event in the firmament territory that happens every 100 years, Xian Yi explained. When it reopens, lots of disciples from the 3 magnates and 9 top sects will be allowed to enter it. Usually, most of them have broken through to the divine realm, and some of them are still pretty young. So the 3 magnates and 9 top sects have an agreement. The disciples in the divine realm only get 1 chance to enter, and every time only a certain number of disciples from each sect are allowed to go. That means the people who enter are the top disciples from all the sects. These geniuses can enter the outer layer of the Eternal Zone, but only the experts in the Eternal Realm can enter the inner layer. They can stay there for 1 month, and when the Eternal Zone closes, the experts all will come out. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He realized that the Eternal Zone was very unique. Otherwise, the 3 magnates and 9 top sects wouldn't so pay much attention to it. It's been 100 years already. During this period of time, our ancient sect has found some excellent disciples, and you are one of them. So I will arrange for you to enter the Eternal Zone, Xianyi said. Me? Jian Wushuang was astonished. According to what Xianyi said, the disciples who are allowed to enter the Eternal Zone would already have broken through and become divine realm experts. But he was only in the skyscraping realm. Even though, based on Tao comprehension and other complex skills, he was capable of breaking through to become a divine realm expert, he was not planning to do it right now. After all, the skyscraping realm was the equivalent of the heaven-treading realm in the heavenly creation skill, which was the most appropriate level for cultivating, so he wanted to remain at this level longer. Don't worry, although you are only in the skyscraping realm, your battle strength is definitely good enough. Ordinary divine realm experts are not qualified to be your opponents. Xian Yi smiled slightly and continued, 6 years ago, you had already passed the 30th floor of the 9th Heaven Road. At that moment, your battle strength was at the peak of the intermediate divine realm and almost at the advanced divine realm. 6 years have already passed since that time, so you must have had a significant improvement. Just a bit. Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. During the last 6 years, he had focused on improving his comprehension of sword principle at Sword Mountain and hadn't paid much attention to the World Tao and Slaughter Tao. However, his talent was pretty high, so even if he only spent a small amount of time meditating on them, his comprehension of these 2 Tao still had a significant improvement. Now he had already comprehended the 4th occult and most of the 5th. The most important point was that his current understanding of sword principle was completely different from 6 years ago. 6 years ago, he had to do his best to reach the 31st floor of the 9th Heaven Road, but he was still defeated by the 10 puppet fighters. However, 5 years ago, he passed the 31st floor. Obviously, his strength was at an even higher level now. We of the ancient sect usually arrange for the genius disciples who are in the advanced divine realm to enter the Eternal Zone, so you only need to prove that you have the battle strength of an advanced divine realm expert. I've got a task from the Divine Palace for you. This task can help you prove yourself. Xian Yi passed a task scroll to Jian Wushuang. A task? Jian Wushuang opened it and took a quick glance. Immediately after that, he had an odd expression on his face. Earth-level task. In the Divine Palace, the tasks assigned to the divine realm experts were divided into levels: the human level, earth level, and heaven level. The human level was the easiest, so novice and intermediate divine realm experts were able to complete them easily. However, the earth-level tasks were very difficult, and only advanced divine realm experts would be capable of completing them. As for the heaven-level tasks, they could only be assigned to the superior divine realm experts. Xian Yi got him an earth-level task, which was also at a difficult level. Task content: kill 11 evil divine realm experts who are in the vicinity of the ancient sect. The task would only be complete once the 11 divine realm experts were all killed. The scroll contained the information and locations of these 11 Divine Realm experts. Among these 11 Divine Realm experts, the weakest one was at the peak of the intermediate Divine Realm. There were also 5 advanced Divine Realm experts, and one of them, was a peak advanced Divine Realm expert. He was not going to be easy to deal with. Chapter 683, Emperor Sword. Chapter 683, Emperor Sword. Master really thinks highly of me as he asks me, a skyscraping realm cultivator, to kill Divine Realm experts, including 5 advanced Divine Realm experts. Jian Wushuang sighed with emotions in private. After all, there was a world of difference between beating someone and slaying them. A Divine Realm expert, especially an advanced expert, often held 1 or 2 secret skills. Some of them were even capable of life-saving secret skills like Dragon Blood secret skill. Jian Wushuang might have the ability to defeat an advanced Divine Realm expert, but he didn't hold much confidence in slaying one. As though he already knew what Jian Wushuang was thinking, Xianyi spoke. Rest assured, I personally selected this mission for you. The 11 Divine Realm experts all share the same skill in battle strength. None of them are very capable of life-saving skills. Given your strength, you can surely kill them. Is that so? Jian Wushuang asked, his confidence now growing. If they were unable to perform excellent life-saving techniques, it was possible that he could indeed kill them. This is the map of the territory which is under our ancient sect's control. The 11 Divine Realm experts are within this territory. You can study the route yourself, and you must kill them all in 2 months, instructed Xianyi. Okay. Jian Wushuang took the map and nodded his head. There is one more thing. Xianyi looked at Jian Wushuang. The sword you're using now was brought by you from the ancient world, correct? It can barely reach the divine weapon level. It is most suited to some novice or intermediate Divine Realm experts. It's not very suitable for you. Jian Wushuang was in a daze. The sword he used? Heart-killing sword. Indeed, he had brought it from the ancient world after acquiring from a sword ancestor. Divine weapon? Jian Wushuang queried. Above Dao weapon was divine weapon. Plenty of experts used Dao weapons, but there was few divine weapons in the ancient world. It was only thanks to a sword ancestor that Jian Wushuang was eligible to get a divine weapon. He had to this point been using the heart-killing sword effortlessly, but as he grew stronger, he found it was no longer capable of displaying his full strength. I have a sword for you. Take it. Xianyi stretched out his hand in which appeared a purple longsword. As soon as it showed up, an extremely strong killing intent of the sword spread at once, which instantly made Jian Wushuang understand that the purple longsword was also a sword of killing, like his heart-killing sword, but its power was much stronger. Master, what's this? Jian Wushuang gazed upon this purple longsword. Its sword blade was thin, and its sword edge was emitting in glowing cold light, making it appear very sharp. This is Emperor Sword, a magic weapon of eternal realm level. Xianyi smiled casually as he spoke. Divine weapon. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. There was Dao weapon, divine weapon, and then eternal weapon. Dao weapons were most commonly used by skyscraping realm cultivators. Divine weapons were usually used by divine realm experts. Jian Wushuang's heart-killing sword only just reached the level of divine weapon. Therefore, it was suited to novice and intermediate divine realm experts. Advanced divine realm experts and superior divine realm experts use divine weapons with superior power. Eternal weapons, on the other hand, were used by eternal realm experts. This sword contains unusual power. Given your ability now, you cannot harness all of its power, but if you can access just a small amount of it, that will give you enough strength. I also want you to take this token. When on a difficult journey, you'll inevitably encounter crisis. If all else fails, you can crush this token and I'll do my best to save you. Promised Jian Yi. Thank you, Master. Jian Wushuang spoke gratefully. He knew in his heart that his master sincerely cared for him. That's all. Set out as early as possible. Xian Yi waved his hand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and bowed respectfully to Xian Yi before turning around to leave. Jian Wushuang planned to return to Enlightenment Mountain first. On his journey back, he encountered many ancient sect disciples. Jian Wushuang. That's Jian Wushuang. He has not been seen for a long time. I have been told that he has been staying in Sword Mountain for cultivation. Does he want to leave today? These disciples kept their distance, looking at Jian Wushuang from afar, their eyes full of awe. Jian Wushuang also met two palace masters who happened to walk by. They were Palace Master Destruction, who was Feng's master, and Palace Master Baiyu, who had once intended to accept Jian Wushuang as a personal disciple. They watched Jian Wushuang in the distance. It's Jian Wushuang. He has been staying in the Sword Mountain for cultivation, and for the past 6 years has not shown his strength. I wonder how strong he is now, Palace Master Baiyu said with admiration. I have heard that Palace Master Xian Yi had just gotten a mission at the Divine Palace, and it's an Earth-level task. It seems Jian Wushuang has been tasked with this mission, Palace Master Destruction observed. Earth-level task? Are they not reserved for advanced Divine Realm experts? Palace Master Baiyu looked perplexed. No, claimed the Palace Master Destruction as a bitter smile stretched across his face. He himself also had accepted a favorite disciple to his sect, Feng, who he knew was much weaker than Jian Wushuang. This lad really is a beast. Palace Master Baiyu softly shook his head. At that moment, he caught sight of the purple longsword on Jian Wushuang's back. Huh. The expression on Palace Master Baiyu's face suddenly froze. What's the matter, Baiyu? Palace Master Destruction looked at him with confusion. Palace Master Destruction, look closely. Is that the Emperor's sword strapped to his back? Palace Master Baiyu, you spoke, his tone displaying a hint of shock. Emperor's sword? Palace Master Destruction was left dumbfounded as he saw Jian Wushuang carrying the purple longsword. Seeing this, the expression on Palace Master Destruction's face tightened. Good Lord, Palace Master Xian, he actually gave him the Emperor's sword. It is clear that he holds Jian Wushuang in high regard. Palace Master Destruction explained. The Emperor's sword isn't just an eternal weapon. Most importantly, it is Sword Palace's token, representing the successor of the Sword Palace. Palace Master Baiyu's eyes gleamed. Soon after Jian Wushuang returned to Enlightenment Mountain, he took time to pack some things, ready to leave the ancient sect to complete the Earth-level task. In front of a giant wormhole in the ancient sect, Jian Wushuang held the territory map from Xian Yi in his hand and carefully studied it. The territory under the control of the ancient sect is extremely vast, and the 11 divine realm experts that I need to kill are scattered across the territory. It will be difficult to kill them one by one. The first place I'm going is here. He looked at a city on the map, Danyang City. Chapter 684, Danyang City. Chapter 684, Danyang City. Danyang City was within the vast territory under the control of the ancient sect. It was a very ordinary, small city. This kind of city was home to many warriors, but few experts. According to the information given to Jian Wushuang, there were many families in the city. Among these families, even the strongest cultivators were only at the novice or intermediate divine realm. There were no advanced divine realm experts. Not long ago, a great demon named Bing Ji suddenly appeared in Danyang City. With immense strength, he quickly overpowered and slaughtered many of the divine realm experts from the city. Many families lost both experts and warriors at the hands of Bing Ji. Helpless, these families sought help from the ancient sect. There was a family named He. The He family were among the most respected in Danyang City. With 3 intermediate divine realm experts, the He family enjoyed a combined strength unrivaled by other families. However, with only 1 intermediate divine realm expert left, and the deaths of quite a few novice divine realm experts, their strength had significantly declined. Jian Wushuang approached the gate of the large mansion of the He family. "Who are you?" demanded one of the 2 guards that stopped Jian Wushuang. Without speaking, Jian Wushuang waved his hand as he produced a token. It was the disciple token of the ancient sect. An ancient sect disciple. The 2 guards were amazed to see the token. One of them said hurriedly, "Lord, wait a minute, please. I'll report to our master immediately." With that, the guard turned and headed for the mansion. There were dozens of people gathered in the large meeting hall of the He family. All doors and windows had been tightly sealed. Taking the lead of the meeting was a gray-haired elder. He was He Yin, the current master of the He family and the only surviving intermediate divine realm expert of the family. Others were some experts from the He family, as well as masters and experts belonging to other families of Danyang City. These families had formed an alliance since Bing Ji appeared in Danyang City. He Yin, the Bing Ji threatens to wipe out every family in Danyang City if we cannot pay a ransom to him of 500,000 divine gems within 24 hours. What should we do now? A white-robed old lady frowned worryingly as her voice echoed throughout the meeting hall, making the atmosphere become even tenser. 500,000 divine gems. He demands too much. 500,000 divine gems. Ha ha! Collectively, the families here have barely been able to accumulate 1 million over the years, and he expects us to pay out 500,000 in one go. Hump! We will not pay if it comes to a life and death battle, then so be it. The divine realm experts present spoke, full of irritation and anger. 500,000 divine gems was a fortune to the families of Danyang City. After all, the assets of an eternal realm expert would add up to 1 million divine gems, and most of the superior divine realm experts had only a few 100,000 divine gems or so. Due to years of accumulation, these families would be able to offer some gems, but 500,000 divine gems was still far more than they could afford. Enough! Silence! A notably distinguished voice rang out. He Yin, sitting at the head of the room, finally opened his mouth to speak. Bing Ji is a true advanced divine realm expert, and you all know very well the difference between an advanced divine realm expert and an intermediate divine realm expert. To put it bluntly, he's capable of killing all of us in this room single-handed. Do you want to fight against him? In doing so, are you not courting death? Hearing this, the divine realm experts in the hall became silent. Fight against Bing Ji. They had tried this before with little success. In their last encounter, a number of divine realm experts had died, as well as 2 intermediate divine realm experts from the He family, without Bing Ji being hurt in the slightest. The gap between intermediate and advanced divine realm experts was immense. Since he wants divine gems, we can give them to him for the time being. He Yun continued, I have already sent a message to the ancient sect for help. Its expert will arrive soon. When the expert is here, Bing Ji can't run amok anymore. As for the divine gems that we hand over, we can get it back then. The best we can do for the ancient sect expert is to ensure that he gets everything he needs. Well said. Bing Ji may be an advanced divine realm expert, but he's no match for the ancient sect. We'll wait until the expert sent by the ancient sect arrives. The divine realm experts all agreed with He Yin, happily awaiting the arrival of the ancient sect expert. After all, their combined strength would still not be enough to fight Bing Ji, though the ancient sect could easily kill him. What I fear most is that once we give Bing Ji the divine gems, he will immediately flee, and the ancient sect expert will make a futile trip. At that time, we'll still suffer, so we must find ways to hold him here until the expert arrives. When He-Yun was talking, the closed door suddenly swung open and a figure entered the room. It was the guard who came to report. "How dare you interrupt?" He-Yun's face darkened. "Master, lords, there's someone waiting at the door with the disciple token of the ancient sect. Not only that, but it's an inner disciple token," the guard blurted out. "What?" The divine realm experts in the hall were at first surprised, and then became ecstatic. "The ancient sect expert has arrived?" He-Yun jumped up in excitement. Then he spoke. "Quickly invite him in." "Yes, sir." The guard hurried out to invite Jian Wuxuan inside. "Everybody, let us go welcome him in," commanded He-Yun. Everyone left the hall to welcome Jian Wuxuan, who was soon visible to this group of divine realm experts. But when they looked closer at Jian Wuxuan, "Is this a joke?" He-Yin, the Grand Master of the He family and an intermediate divine realm expert, widened his eyes. As skyscraping realm. As a divine realm expert, he had an uncanny ability of perceiving aura. He instantly recognized the young man in front of him as a skyscraping realm cultivator, a fact that would not change even though this young man seemed to be an expert. How could they send a skyscraping realm cultivator? The divine realm experts present had become faint. They had expected a savior, but instead they got a skyscraping realm cultivator. "Who's He-Yun, Master He?" Jian Wuxuan stood in front of this group of experts, and he looked around indifferently. He-Yun's face had turned pale, his heart sunk. After hearing Jian Wuxuan's words, he answered in a weak voice, "I am." Chapter 685, Savior. Chapter 685, Savior. "My name is Jian Wuxuan, and I have been tasked with killing Bing-Ji for you," Jian Wuxuan declared. "Oh." He nodded his head, obviously a little underwhelmed. Seeing this, Jian Wuxuan couldn't stop his face becoming darker. He couldn't help but notice the look of despair on the faces of the people looking back at him. These people don't take me seriously because I'm a skyscraping realm cultivator. But they're right. After all, I need to kill an advanced divine realm expert. It's hard to imagine a skyscraping realm cultivator slaying an advanced divine realm expert. So it's understandable that they have little faith. Jian Wuxuan thought to himself. At this moment, a novice divine realm expert in the crowd took one look at Jian Wuxuan and curled his lips, then muttered, "He's merely at the skyscraping realm, but takes slaying Bing-Ji so flippantly. It seems disciples from the ancient sect aren't quite what we thought. Unfortunate, I had high hopes for the ancient sect, but it would seem the ancient sect is just SOSO." The voice of the novice divine realm expert was little more than a whisper, but still Jian Wuxuan heard what he said. Instantly, the look in Jian Wuxuan's eyes turned to a steely gaze as the essence of the sword became obvious. Boom! The essence of the sword suddenly seemed to envelop the whole world, and it was as though time stood still. What is it? Such a terrible essence. It's just too strong. I've seen a top divine realm expert, knowledgeable in sword principle, display his skills, though even his essence wasn't as violent as this. The divine realm experts, who had almost felt hopeless, suddenly began to take notice, shocked. They could feel the obvious power held by this sword. The novice divine realm expert, who had spoken so freely earlier, now had a look of terror on his face, his eyes full of fear as he stared at Jian Wuxuan. Frozen in place, he dared not move for fear that this young man in front of him, whom he had so underestimated, would kill him in an instant. He now had no doubt that the person stood in front of him possessed the ability to kill him with little effort. But clearly this man was merely a skyscraping realm cultivator. He didn't know Jian Wuxuan was just at the skyscraping realm, but the latter had not only created Sword Heart, but completely consolidated his ability at the first level of Sword Heart through 6 years of meditation in Sword Mountain. This made Jian Wushuang stronger than many Eternal Realm experts who specialized in sword principle. The power and essence contained within his sword could easily slay novice Divine Realm experts and even intermediate Divine Realm experts. I have come to complete a task. If you don't cooperate, you too will suffer the consequences. Jian Wushuang's voice became cold. Misunderstanding. This is a mere misunderstanding, Lord. He Yun immediately changed his attitude, and even his tone had become humble and respectful. From what Jian Wushuang had just displayed, he could see that Jian Wushuang retained battle strength far beyond that of an ordinary skyscraping realm cultivator. His strength, at the very least, was more than his own, and possibly even much stronger. Hope among the other Divine Realm experts had been rekindled. Lord, how will you deal with Bing Ji? He-Yun asked in a low voice. That's none of your business. I have my own way of killing him. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to engage in small talk. Fine. He-Yun nodded. Bing Ji gave the few families here a day to prepare divine gems. Barring a miracle, he will be here tomorrow to kill us all. Please take this opportunity to kill him, Lord. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. Take me to see him today. Jian Wushuang ordered. On the way, he had carefully studied the information he had on the 11 divine experts who he would kill. He had paid special attention to Hu, the strongest among them, for he was confident of killing the others with ease. Furthermore, he only had 2 months, and a lot of time would be used up just finding these Divine Realm experts. Therefore, he had no time to waste. Today, He-Yun was shocked. After contemplating this request, he nodded in agreement. Okay, Lord, follow me, please. With that, he led Jian Wushuang to where Bing Ji was. The experts from the other families glanced at each other before following them. Before long, He-Yun and Jian Wushuang were in front of a towering building. The building was once home to the largest shop in Danyang City, but now it was occupied solely by Bing Ji. Bing Ji and his underlings gathered here regularly. Lord, Bing Ji is right in this building. It was obvious that He-Yun was a little nervous. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had noticed a strong aura coming from inside the building, which he knew must belong to Bing Ji. Master He, I assume you have thought it through, and are here today to give our Lord the divine gems. A sneering voice was heard, and with that, some figures flew out of the building, headed by a middle-aged man with an evil scowl and a grim smile spread across his face. His aura made it known that he was an intermediate Divine Realm expert. This is Yuan Qian, an expert serving under Bing Ji. Many years ago, he had a falling out with the He family. He was then hunted by my family and fled to other cities. Now he is the strongest among the Divine Realm experts, serving under Bing Ji. He-Yun whispered into Jian Wushuang's ears. Oh, Jian Wushuang replied nonchalantly. It was clear he didn't take this intermediate Divine Realm expert seriously. Jian Wushuang, an ancient sect disciple, comes to slay Bing Ji under orders. Jian Wushuang spoke clearly, and his voice thundered throughout the whole of Danyang City. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yuan Qian and the Divine Realm experts serving under Bing Ji changed. An ancient sect disciple. Yuan Qian looked at Jian Wushuang intensely, but when he perceived Jian Wushuang's aura was merely at the skyscraping realm, his expression lightened. Ha ha ha! Yuan Qian laughed as though he had just heard the best joke in the world. He stared at Jian Wushuang with a hint of ridicule in the eyes. Boy, what did you just say? Did you say you're here under orders to kill our Lord? Am I hearing this correctly? Boy, repeat what you have just said. The Bing Ji underlings all looked at Jian Wushuang as if they were looking at a fool. The presence of an ancient sect disciple was indeed a big deal, and certainly something for them to worry about. But this ancient sect disciple in front of them was merely a skyscraping realm cultivator. This skyscraping realm cultivator had threatened to kill their Lord Bingji, an advanced divine realm expert. Surely this was a joke. However, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang was not one inclined to repeat himself. The Emperor's sword was already in his hand, and he began to wave his weapon. Chapter 686, Fighting Against an Advanced Divine Realm Expert. Chapter 686, Fighting Against an Advanced Divine Realm Expert. There was a huge gap between the different levels of Divine Realm Experts. An intermediate Divine Realm Expert was at least 10 times stronger than a novice Divine Realm Expert, and the gap between a skyscraping Realm Expert and a Divine Realm Expert was even greater. Everyone present were at least Divine Realm Experts, and Yuan Qian was an intermediate Divine Realm Expert. Why would he be concerned about Jian Wushuang, a skyscraping realm cultivator? When he saw Jian Wushuang wield the sword, he laughed dismissively. You must have a death wish. But when Jian Wushuang's sword was used correctly, the beautiful sword made people feel intoxicated with even its most basic movements. This sword seemed as though it was flawless. As Yuan Qian watched the fluid movements of the sword, he was surprised. It would seem the swordsmanship of this skyscraping realm cultivator is quite good. Though he was surprised, Yuan Qian still didn't care about Jian Wushuang. It wasn't until he came face to face with the power of this majestic sword. What? Yuan Qian was stunned. He found that when under attack from the sword, he had no room to dodge. He quickly waved his palms, and using his spiritual power, he enlarged his palms, which then patted the shadow of the sword. But it was no match. The cold sword edge cut straight through his palm like cutting tofu and continued cutting into his body with ferocious power and pierced through his entire body. Then, with all eyes watching in astonishment, Yuan Qian's figure fell weakly to the ground. Yuan Qian, an intermediate Divine Realm Expert, was killed by a single move. With the sword in his hand, Jian Wushuang stood in the air. The edge of the long sword coldly emitted a slight purple glow, with blood dripping slowly. Jian Wushuang didn't even glance at Yuan Qian, but looked at the towering building ahead as his thundering roar suddenly sounded. Bingji, come and face death! 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 Jian Wushuang's voice echoed throughout the whole Danyang city, frightening numerous warriors. Bingji, who had been inside the building, could no longer sit still. Moving quickly, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Bingji was a cold and calculating man with piercing eyes. Dressed in a black robe, he stared at Jian Wushuang, with a hint of horror in his eyes. Although he had stayed inside the building, he had been watching everything that had happened outside. At first, he did not take Jian Wushuang seriously, but seeing how Jian Wushuang killed Yuan Qian made him feel nervous. Such swift movement. Yuan Qian is at least an intermediate Divine Realm Expert, but was killed by a single blow. It was partly because of Yuan Qian underestimating his enemy, but his adversary would not be able to strike so swiftly without superior strength. His knowledge of word principle is extensive. Although he is merely at the skyscraping realm, his battle strength is comparable to that of an intermediate Divine Realm Expert, and even at their peak. This was Bing Ji's assessment of Jian Wushuang's strength. A disciple of the ancient sect, Bing Ji's pupils shrunk. No sooner have I arrived in Danyang City than I was targeted by the ancient sect. It seems that I must flee. Otherwise, this time they just sent a skyscraping realm disciple. It's irrelevant how strong he is, for his ability is limited. But next time they may send advanced Divine Realm Experts, or worse, yet a superior Divine Realm Expert, to hunt down me. Bing Ji had decided. He had already benefited handsomely during his time in Danyang City, and he felt there was little to gain by staying here, so he had no intention of fighting with Jian Wushuang. Unless necessary, he had no intention of killing any disciples of the ancient sect, let alone a disciple with such excellent sword principle. Leave. Without hesitation, Bing Ji retreated. He Yun and the others were shocked by what they were seeing. They were sure that Bing Ji would be so angry that he wouldn't hesitate to fight and even kill Jian Wushuang. But when Bing Ji showed up, he instead ran away. But what Jian Wushuang did next surprised them even more. "You won't escape anymore." Jian Wushuang spoke menacingly. Just then, his figure had turned into a phantom, and he chased Bing Ji so fast that he appeared behind him almost immediately. His speed. Realizing that Jian Wushuang was behind him, Bing Ji's heart sunk. Even though it was clear that Jian Wushuang was merely at the skyscraping realm, he was actually faster than Bing Ji. Admittedly, he was not specialized in speed, but even still, a skyscraping realm cultivator should not be able to catch up with him. When Jian Wushuang appeared, the essence of his sword exploded. As Jian Wushuang waved his hand, the shadow of a sword moving as quick as lightning cut into him. "Bastard! The reason I fled was that I have no desire to fall out with the ancient sect. Do you really think I would be afraid of you, a skyscraping realm nonentity?" With a roar, Bing Ji cast a glance at Jian Wushuang. He waved his sleeve, then an enormous energy swept out, and a statue of a khaki giant, 30 feet tall, suddenly emerged in front of Jian Wushuang. The khaki giant yelled to the sky, then waved his fist, full of energy, and directed it at Wushuang. The khaki giant was merely a product of Bing Ji's energy. It was by no means a superb technique, and the giant wasn't strong. "Attack!" With a yell, Jian Wushuang slashed relentlessly with the Emperor's sword, almost splitting the khaki giant in half with overwhelming force. He then turned the sword toward Bing Ji with violent intentions. "What?" Bing Ji's face suddenly looked worried. For a long time now, what he had just displayed was enough to defeat even those that were top intermediate divine realm experts, but Jian Wushuang bettered it with a single blow from his sword. This made Bing Ji realize that Jian Wushuang's strength might be that of advanced intermediate divine realm. Humph! With a cold contemplation, Bing Ji didn't dare to take any more chances. With a turn of his wrist, a saber appeared in his hand. The saber was mercilessly set upon the light from Jian Wushuang's sword, and at the same time, Bing Ji's palm holding the saber doubled in size, thus increasing the saber's power. Battle commenced. Bang! After a thud, Jian Wushuang took a small step back, but Bing Ji was completely knocked off his stride. When he regained his balance, Bing Ji looked dumbstruck. How can this be possible? I, a grand advanced divine realm expert, was forced to use my divine weapon and secret skills, including my strongest secret skill, the Thousand's Ape's Hand, to fight against a skyscraping realm cultivator, and it is I that must retreat. Exactly how strong is he? Chapter 687 Slaughter. Chapter 687 Slaughter. This confrontation had left Bing Ji frightened. The strength Jian Wushuang possessed was clearly beyond that of the skyscraping realm and made him, an advanced divine realm expert, very worried. Die! A sudden cry reverberated through heaven and earth as Jian Wushuang moved rapidly and once more appeared in front of Bing Ji. With an obvious intent to kill, Jian Wushuang struck violently with the Emperor's sword. "Boy, don't be too arrogant." There was anger in Bing Ji's eyes. He yelled out as his palm, holding the saber, grew drastically once more. Its size and its power, which had previously doubled, now quintupled. The strength being generated obviously quintupled, too, until now quintuple strength was his limit. Sky-burying skill. His face turned red as his spiritual power reached a new extreme, and he attacked using the saber. This attack was the strongest strike in his arsenal, and used up all his strength. The void seemed to be cut open, and the power of the blade rushed forward with extreme force. The force was so strong that Jian Wushuang couldn't help looking sideways, but a sneer appeared across his mouth. The sword heart, which had already become essence of his consciousness, was slightly shaken, and 70% of the sword heart power activated. Sword heart was capable of generating attacking power as sword soul. But the power achieved with sword heart was much stronger than that achieved with sword soul. Just 70% of sword heart power would be enough to make the power of Jian Wushuang's strike to multiply by as much as 10 times. Bang! As the opponents' attacks collided, the winner of the confrontation appeared. Disaster! The light of the sword light broke out and the waves spread. Bing Ji's palm holding the saber tightly suddenly shook, and his hand broke as his whole body fell backwards as though he had been hit by a cannonball. This. Bing Ji was stunned. He had never thought a day would come when a mere skyscraping realm cultivator could outclass him. In fact, Jian Wushuang had spent the 6 years in Sword Mountain focusing on sword principle, but he had also made improvements on his physical form by virtue of some natural treasures. He had been studying the bone fusion technique of the immortality secret skill before, but now he had completed stage 1 of the blood condensation technique. Although it was only the first stage, his body had become significantly stronger. The combination of the spiritual power given by heavenly creation skill and his increased physical strength meant that he could compete with an average divine realm expert now in strength alone. As for his understanding of Tao, he was at the same level as Bing Ji and possibly even stronger. Bing Ji was more skilled than Jian Wushuang when using those secret skills which increased his strength. When his palm grew, just now, the power exploded 5 times stronger than usual. Jian Wushuang was not qualified to practice such kind of secret skills now, but his sword heart had reached level 1. Once activated, only 70% of it was enough to increase his attacking ability tenfold. In a situation where both opponents were almost the same in all other aspects, one strength was multiplied by 5 while the other strength was improved tenfold, creating a huge gap. Hence, Jian Wushuang could easily outclass Bing Ji even if he battled him head-on. Bing Ji couldn't fight against Jian Wushuang, and he had no hope of defeating him in any other aspects. Escape! Bing Ji no longer had the courage to fight Jian Wushuang and fled hastily. Of course, Jian Wushuang did his best to hunt him down. In terms of the life-saving ability, Bing Ji was not strong, so he couldn't escape quickly, making it easy for Jian Wushuang to hunt him. When Jian Wushuang displayed his swordsmanship, Bing Ji fought back relentlessly, but in the end he was defeated. Above Danyang City, the divine realm experts from the families, who had been watching all this, gasped when they saw Bing Ji attempting to flee, and were even more shocked to see Bing Ji's lifeless corpse fall to the ground. Although they were aware of Jian Wushuang's unusual strength, none of them thought he could kill Bing Ji with his strength alone when he arrived. However, not only did Jian Wushuang kill Bing Ji, but the battle had been so one-sided. Bing Ji, who had been too strong for all divine realm experts present to defeat, couldn't fight against Jian Wushuang. The gap had been too big. This is an ancient sect disciple. The legendary ancient sect disciple is actually quite exceptional. A skyscraping realm cultivator killed an advanced divine realm expert head-on. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. The divine realm experts all marveled at it. After this incident, they had a newfound respect for the ancient sect. At that moment, Jian Wushuang, who had put Bing Ji's corpse into his interspatial ring, turned to look at Hien, informing him, "My task was only to kill Bing Ji. As for those people serving under him, you can deal with them yourself." Then he turned to leave. As for those remaining divine realm experts that served under Bing Ji, without Bing Ji, who was an advanced divine realm expert, and Yuan Qian, who had been killed by Jian Wushuang, they posed no threat, but the families had no intention of letting them go. In the end, save for 2 very lucky divine realm experts that managed to escape, all the others were killed by these families. Soon, harmony returned to Danyang City once more. Of course, the fate of Danyang City had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. He was only responsible for killing Bingji. After the mission was completed, he left and set off to the location of the second target of his mission. Next target, Chunan, a top intermediate divine realm expert. Jian Wushuang studied a mountain below. According to his information, Chunan was hiding in that mountain. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang dived toward the mountain. The advanced divine realm expert Bingji was killed by Jian Wushuang and had no opportunity to flee. An intermediate divine realm expert would not pose much of a threat. Soon, Jian Wushuang flew out of the mountain, and Chunan, who had been killed, was put in his interspatial ring. Next, Jian Wushuang went toward his third target, slaughter. Jian Wushuang was on a mission of slaughter. Jian Wushuang had known the 11 targets' locations, so it only took him some time to easily find them and directly kill them. Chapter 688, Exchanging Divine Gems. Chapter 688, Exchanging Divine Gems. As time went by, there was only half a month left before the deadline passed. Jian Wushuang had already killed 10 of his 11 targets. The last one was the strongest, so Jian Wushuang deliberately left this one till last. Is that whose castle? Jian Wushuang stood with his arms crossed, overlooking the castle built from amethyst in front of him. This large castle was famous in the surrounding territory. Many of the warriors in the surrounding territory knew that this was the residence of a divine realm expert of great strength, who had lived in the castle for many years, and his fame had spread far and wide. He was very clever. He knew that this territory was ruled by ancient sect, and he would be targeted and killed by ancient sect if he committed a crime here. Therefore, although he had been overbearing to the weak, he had never violated the rules of ancient sect. Over the years, he has lived peacefully and had never come into conflict with the ancient sect. Not long ago, however, ancient sect discovered that 1,000 years ago, who cooperated with another expert and killed an ancient sect disciple for a treasure. No one witnessed how they killed the ancient sect disciple, and they had covered it up well. Thus, ancient sect had never connected him with the disciple's death for the past 1,000 years. However, the expert who cooperated with who was caught by the ancient sect, and he revealed everything to save his life. On the surface, he's respectful toward ancient sect and never violates ancient sect's rules. But he actually dares to kill our disciple. This divine realm expert is really smart. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Among his 11 targets, 10 had committed severe crimes within the territory ruled by ancient sect. Ancient sect set them as targets because it didn't want too many conflicts within its territory. But the case with Hu was different. What Hu had done was unforgivable. He dared to kill an ancient sect disciple. Therefore, he must die. Although Hu is the most important one, it will not be easy to kill him, Jian Wushuang thought. Based on the information he received, although Hu is only an advanced divine realm expert, he was definitely one of great strength. He was much stronger than Bing Yi and other advanced divine realm experts killed by Jian Wushuang. In addition, as he had lived longer, he would certainly have more skills or trump cards to save his life. Anyway, I will go say hello to him first. I heard that Hu enjoys a leisurely lifestyle. Jian Wushuang smiled, heading directly toward the castle. In the innermost area of the huge amethyst castle, there was a grand hall. A middle-aged man with bare feet and loose robe which showed his abdominal muscles was lying comfortably on a crystal bed. 2 beautiful maids were serving him, and many beautiful maids were dancing in the center of the hall. Except for these maids, he was the only one in the whole hall. With a pleasant look on his ruddy face, he was enjoying a drink. This man was Hu. As Jian Wushuang said, he did lead a life of leisure. He had become an advanced divine realm expert long ago, so he had become a local tyrant in the surrounding territory. No one dared to challenge him. He only needed to be cautious and not to violate ancient sect's rules. Although he secretly broke some of the rules, he had covered them up so well that no one had ever accused him of anything. While Hu was enjoying himself, a servant outside the hall rushed in, knelt down, and spoke respectfully. "My lord, a man with an ancient sect inner disciple token came and asked to see you." Ancient sect inner disciple. Hu was a little surprised, and his face immediately turned pale. He waved his hand to indicate the maids in the hall to leave. "I have always respected ancient sect and never violated any of its rules. In addition, I seldom have contact with people in ancient sect. Why would an ancient sect disciple come to visit me?" Hu frowned and thought, "Has ancient sect discovered what I did?" He had committed far more than one crime in secret, but he had gotten away with it so far. Did the ancient sect disciple give his name? Hu asked. "No," replied the servant. Then he shook his head as he said, "I can tell that he's just a skyscraping realm expert." Skyscraping realm? Hu was a little surprised and then relaxed. "It seems that he's not coming to bother me, as a skyscraping realm expert is not qualified to do so. However, he is still an inner disciple of ancient sect. I'd better not to offend him." "Go, ask him to come in," Hu said. "Yes," said the servant, and he left immediately. Hu stood up and straightened his robe. Before long the servant led Jian Wushuang to the hall. "You can leave now," Hu told the servant, waving a hand. The servant bowed and excused himself. Only Hu and Jian Wushuang stood in the hall. Hu looked at Jian Wushuang and noticed his aura indicating that he was indeed a skyscraping realm expert. "Haha, little brother, how should I address you? What can I do for you?" Hu said, quite enthusiastically, "My name is Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang answered indifferently, "I happened to pass by the surrounding territory and wanted to buy some treasures. Unfortunately, I've run out of divine gems, so I came to exchange something for divine gems with you." "Exchange divine gems?" Hu was surprised, but he did not doubt his words. It was common for warriors to exchange treasures for divine gems while on their adventures. However, the treasures were often so valuable or rare that it was not worth exchanging them in the stores, so the warriors would exchange with experts who had sufficient divine gems. Jian Wushuang is an inner disciple of ancient sect, so he doesn't worry about what I may do to him. Hu smiled slightly and then asked, "My friend, what treasure do you want to exchange for divine gems?" "This one." Jian Wushuang produced a black gem. Chapter 689, Sneak Attack. Chapter 689, Sneak Attack. This black gem appeared ordinary and did not shine with luster. However, it gave off an extremely strong killing intent, which was an indication of its extraordinary origin. Jian Wushuang obtained it from a divine realm expert who he had killed. He had no idea what it was exactly, but he did feel that this was something special. "What is it?" Hu observed the black gem from a distance of 10 meters. He could see that it was extraordinary, but he could not tell its origin from such a distance. "Let me have a closer look at the gem," Hu said. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded, slowly stepping forward with the black gem in his hand. Came to a stop when he was less than a meter away from Hu. "This gem," Hu leaned forward and stared at this black gem intensely. "It has rich killing intent. Is this the legendary soldier killing gem?" Hu focused all his attention on the black gem, not taking the slightest precautions against Jian Wushuang. "The time is right." Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with killing intent. The next moment, a cold sword shadow burst out with the suddenness of a thunderbolt. The movement of the sword was extremely fast and too sudden. Although Hu was cautious by nature, it was obvious that he did not consider Jian Wushuang any form of threat, as he was just a skyscraping realm expert. In addition, he had been distracted by the black gem, so the sudden sword stroke of Jian Wushuang had completely caught him off guard. What? Even though Hu was rich in combat experience, he was still startled by such a close sword stroke. His eyes were wide open, and the hair on his back of neck stood up. In this life-and-death situation, he used all his experience and with great difficulty moved his body slightly. This move meant he avoided being attacked at any vital body parts. However, the long sword still struck Hu on his shoulder. The sharp emperor's sword cut through his strong body, which had been enhanced by body reshaping techniques, as easily as cutting through a piece of paper. The long sword cut straight into Hu's shoulder and nearly cut off half of his arm before it came to a stop. Bastard! Hu shouted like a raging lion. Mighty spiritual power surged along his remaining good arm and then to his palm, which was like a huge fan, and slapped toward Jian Wushuang's head with extreme force. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and moved his body in a weird way to avoid Hu's palm comfortably. At the same time, Hu had stepped backward to create a distance between the two. In the hall, they stood there facing each other. Jian Wushuang, holding his emperor's sword, coldly stared at Hu. Hu's half arm hung loosely. A lot of blood gushed from the wound and dripped onto the ground. He stared at Jian Wushuang, with his face turning purple and his eyes full of anger. Boy, what a devious move! Hu growled. Devious? Jian Wushuang sneered. In this world, everyone lives by the law of the jungle. How can you say I'm devious? Also, you were quite devious yourself when you cooperated with an expert and killed the ancient sect disciple. Were you not? Hearing these words, Hu was surprised, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. It seems that ancient sect has discovered my secret, but it's so stupid to send a skyscraping realm bug to attempt to kill me. You will die today. I will die. I don't think so. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. He stopped talking with Hu and rushed forward with speed. As soon as he appeared in front of Hu, he waved his emperor's sword and attacked him. With this single move, countless sword shadows seemed to burst out in an instant. He had exerted about 7/10 of the power of the sword heart in his sea of consciousness. Humph, ridiculous! Hu snorted as a red cloud burst out from his body. This secret skill could greatly increase his strength. At the same time, he turned over his remaining good hand, and in it appeared a double-edged giant axe. The huge axe seemed to weigh at least 1,000 pounds, but Hu held it as though he was holding a feather. He then launched the axe forward. It carried such force with it that it even created a fierce blast in the air. Jian Wushuang's sword slashed its way toward it. Bang! When the two collided, Jian Wushuang even found himself struggling to remain upright. This guy even has a lot of power in his left arm. Jian Wushuang frowned. His strength at this moment was at the same level as when he killed Bing Ji. He completely crushed Bing Ji, who was in his prime when they had fought. However, he drew with Hu only had the use of his left arm, his weaker arm. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but Hu was really astonished. My right arm was wounded, but my left arm has not suffered any injuries. But still, my full attack has been parried by this guy of skyscraping realm? Hu glared at Jian Wushuang with a shocked look on his face. He knew in that instant that Jian Wushuang was at least as strong as an advanced divine realm expert. That boy. He dared not to underestimate Jian Wushuang any longer. The red cloud exuding from him became even heavier and formed a red crystal armor to shield him. Hu's aura began to rise. This secret skill. Jian Wushuang observed the red armor surrounding Hu with a serious look. He could tell that Hu was using some secret skill which could multiply his power in a short period of time. It was the same as the thousands ape's hand used by Bing Ji. However, as Bing Ji was just an ordinary advanced divine realm expert, it only enhanced his offensive power 5 times. Even though Hu had not started his attack yet, Jian Wushuang could see that Hu had cultivated the highest level of his secret skill and could definitely increase his offensive power 8 times, or even 10 times. Moreover, Hu's comprehension of Tao was definitely more in-depth than that of Bingji. He definitely ranked high among the advanced divine realm experts if he revealed his true strength. Fortunately, I chose to start with a sneak attack and cut his right arm so that he could not go all out otherwise. Before Jian Wushuang could finish his thought, he suddenly saw that Hu swallowed an elixir in front of him. Chapter 690, Hu's Real Strength. Chapter 690, Hu's Real Strength. What? Jian Wushuang looked at Hu in astonishment. After Hu swallowed the elixir, the huge wound on his right arm began to recover at a speed visible to a naked eye. His right arm recovered completely in a moment. How could this be possible? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Hu waved his right arm slowly for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, I've collected many treasures these years. The elixir, which can heal my injury immediately, is extremely precious, but I happen to have one. Hu grinned, staring at Jian Wushuang. You're an ancient sect disciple and a real genius. As a skyscraping realm expert, you possess the strength of an advanced divine realm expert. If you die, I guess the ancient sect will feel extreme loss and pain. Jian Wushuang sneered. Hu, you should know that you'll be the one to die today. Really? Let's see who'll be left standing. As soon as Hu finished his words, he turned into a red shadow and approached Jian Wushuang quickly. With vast spiritual power bursting out from him continuously, he changed the axe to his right hand and hacked toward Jian Wushuang. The sky immediately darkened. Jian Wushuang felt that he was directly suppressed by a horrifying force, which was obviously stronger than that of the 10 divine realm experts he killed before. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up as bright as lightning. He raised the emperor's sword high with both hands, soaring sword ascents spreading from the sword. Violet Calamity, sword skill. Jian Wushuang shouted and swung the emperor's sword, which was held high up, furiously. A bright purple light appeared suddenly, which instantly overshadowed all the other lights in the area. This beautiful sword stroke contained a terrifying aura. Violet Calamity sword skill, which was modified from the Violet Star destroying sword skill, was created by Jian Wushuang and had even greater power. It was a rank 4 superior secret skill. The beautiful sword light met with the violent axe shadow of Hu. The moment they collided, the result was decided in an instant. What? Jian Wushuang watched in shock how his strongest move was directly crushed by the violent axe shadow. After the collision, the residual force of the axe shadow swept toward him. Humph! Jian Wushuang gave a grunt as he was knocked backward. Kid, go to hell! Jian Wushuang heard an angry shout from the top of his head. As soon as he raised his head, he found a huge and furious axe shadow above him, which brought him tremendous pressure. He immediately lifted his long sword to block it. Bang! With a loud boom, Jian Wushuang was knocked to the ground so forcefully that a huge deep pit was left at the point of impact, and even the whole castle sank. Is he dead? Hu stood in the void with a cold expression, overlooking the huge pit below. Right at this moment, the gravel in the huge pit shifted, followed by a figure that dashed out of the huge pit and appeared in front of Hu. Humph! Hu looked at Jian Wushuang with a cold expression and said, Boy, you do have a strong body. Hu. Jian Wushuang stared at Hu and said in a deep voice, I underestimated you, and so has everyone, including the ancient sect. We thought you were at most an advanced divine realm at the top level. No one had expected that you had become a superior divine realm expert. Superior divine realm. Hu smiled noncommittally and said, Though I'm not extremely talented, I'm not a trash without any talent. I've stayed at the advanced divine realm for so many years. Is it strange that I've broken through and entered the level of superior divine realm? I just rarely show my full strength in front of others. Boy, you should feel lucky that you can see my real strength. Lucky? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and smiled at the same time. You're right. I really should be lucky to meet you. Otherwise, the task I received wouldn't be challenging at all. What do you mean? Who's expression darkened slightly, as he had already shown his strength as a superior divine realm expert. Jian Wushuang should have been frightened. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang turned out to be excited instead. Who could see clearly the excitement in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Who? Jian Wushuang looked at who with excitement. My mission this time is to kill 11 divine realm experts, including 6 medium divine realm experts and 5 advanced divine realm experts. Before I came here, I've already killed other 10 experts. However, they were too weak to force me to exert all my strength. Fortunately, my last goal is you, a superior divine realm expert. I've cultivated in seclusion for 6 years. Now I will use you to test my progress over the past 6 years. A mighty battle intent spread from Jian Wushuang and soared straight into the air. Use me to test your progress over the past 6 years? How arrogant! Who flew into a rage. Enough talk. Let's fight. Jian Wushuang licked his lips and his eyes sparkled. The next moment, he rushed forward. Swoosh! A strange figure suddenly appeared beside Hu. So fast! Hu was shocked at Jian Wushuang's speed. Jian Wushuang drew his sword out. Swoosh! 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 Sword shadows burst out one after another at amazing speed. The condensed sword heart in Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness was shaking violently as its power reached its extreme. When Jian Wushuang fought with divine realm experts like Bing Ji before, or with Hu just now, he only used 70% of the sword heart's power. But now he brought forth its power to full effect. That meant Jian Wushuang was using all his strength. At the same time, with only a thought, the Emperor's sword in his hand released terrible killing intent, which swept around. An eternal weapon. Hu was taken aback greatly. When Jian Wushuang fought with him before, he had not used the power of Emperor's sword. Emperor's sword, as an eternal weapon, had much more power than those divine weapons. By virtue of the power of the eternal weapon, the overall strength of Jian Wushuang had been greatly enhanced. Chapter 691 Fighting. Chapter 691 Fighting. As Jian Wushuang exerted all the power of Sword Heart and Emperor's Sword, his strength had reached a new height. At the same time, he brought forth his swordsmanship fully. Numerous sword shadows completely suppressed Hu, making him feel as if he had fallen into a sword sea and was surrounded by sword shadows. Red clouds surged from the red crystal armor of Hu, and vast power gathered in his hands. He swung his double-edged giant axe and hacked toward Jian Wushuang continuously. Clang, 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 clang. There were consecutive clashes of metal on metal, which were so deep and powerful that the whole hall trembled. Jian Wushuang completely unleashed his swordsmanship, which was simple, pure, neat, and almost flawless. His sword strokes were so fast that Hu could do nothing but parry them with difficulty. Get out of my way! Hu shouted and then hacked his giant axe violently. A huge axe shadow of nearly 100 meters appeared in the hall instantly. The power of this axe shadow was suffocating, and the air seemed to be shuddering. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Violet calamity, sword skill. He shouted and operated the strongest move which he had created. He had used this move before, but he had withheld his strength and only used 70% of sword heart power at that time. He gave it everything this time. It was a head-on confrontation. A beautiful purple light suddenly lit up and then collided with the towering axe shadow, which was 100 meters high. With a loud sound, the entire hall was violently trembling. Jian Wushuang, who fell into an energy storm, darkened his face as he felt an extraordinary force coming along his arm and knocking him backward. He's a superior divine realm expert, indeed. I've tried my best and exerted all my power, but I still can't compete with him. Jian Wushuang sighed, but was not discouraged by it. He was prepared for the fact that a superior divine realm expert was much stronger than an advanced divine realm expert. Since I can't play hardball, I'll kill him using my skills and swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang thought. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. He suddenly flashed and appeared behind Hu Hu, his sharp sword stabbing at Hu Hu's throat directly. Hu Hu counterattacked with his axe. The overwhelming axe shadow split the entire hall ground apart, but it did not touch even the corner of Jian Wushuang's clothes. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang's sword stroke, which originally aimed at Hu Hu's throat, swung sidewards and brushed over Hu's shoulder like a ghost, leaving a sword scar. You should die. Hu Hu's eyes were burning with anger. He continued to chop with his axe, trying to kill Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang kept dodging quickly in the hall. As he enhanced his speed to its extreme, he was as fast as a fish in water, trying his best to avoid direct collisions with Hu Hu. Instead, he used his more delicate swordsmanship to force Hu Hu to resist his attacks frantically. Jian Wushuang's sword shadows, including straight slashes, sweeps, or sudden withdrawal, seemed simple but were actually delicate. They suppressed Hu Hu perfectly, making him unable to swing his giant axe to counterattack. Some unexpected sword shadows even brought a lot of harm to Hu Hu. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was too profound. Compared with Jian Wushuang, Hu Hu's axe skills were extremely rigid, and he was not as flexible as Jian Wushuang. Facing Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, Hu Hu had nothing but brute force, which he could not use to his full advantage. Boy, do you dare to face me directly? You're a coward if you hide all the time. Hu Hu growled in anxiety and anger. Are you joking? You're a superior divine realm expert, while I'm just at the skyscraping realm. Do you expect me to compare force with you? Jian Wushuang sneered. He was not a fool. Since he knew he could not win in the head-on confrontation, he would certainly stop fighting in this way. In addition, after 6 years of cultivation in the Sword Mountain, he had made biggest progress in sword principle, cultivation, and swordsmanship, which became his greatest advantage. He naturally wanted to use this. In the hall, the collisions between the two continued, but it was obvious that Hu Hu had been completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Bastard, bastard. Hu was angry, and he was almost driven crazy by Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang felt excited and delighted. Good. This feels so good. In the past 6 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. Though his swordsmanship was extremely powerful, he had no chance to practice it. He had killed the 10 divine realm experts, including 4 advanced divine realm experts, but it could barely be counted as a challenge for him. He did not need to use his full strength to kill those 10 divine realm experts. They were not qualified to make him go all out. Until he met Hu Hu. In the face of a superior divine realm expert, he could finally go all out, including using his swordsmanship. The fight swept away the boredom of his 6 years of cultivation. Bang! After another collision, Jian Wushuang finally stepped backward to generate a distance between the two. Rat! Hu Hu stared at Jian Wushuang with freezing and gloomy eyes. He felt stuck in the fierce battle, as he could not use his force at all. After all, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was too overwhelming and profound. How can a skyscraping realm expert's swordsmanship be so terrifying? Hu Hu felt awestruck. At this time, Jian Wushuang looked up at Hu Hu. Hu Hu, I enjoyed the fight with you, but Let's end this, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Hu Hu's expression changed slightly. Didn't you complain that I did not dare fight you directly just now? Now I'll do as you wish, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Hu looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Just now Jian Wushuang had gained the upper hand due to his exquisite swordsmanship. However, if they had a head-on confrontation and competed for power, Hu was much better than Jian Wushuang. And now Jian Wushuang was willing to give up his advantage to have a direct confrontation with Hu. Are you ready? A solemn look appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. The emperor's sword in his hand also trembled furiously at this moment. Chapter 692, Annihilation Sword Move. Chapter 692, Annihilation Sword Move. Are you really going to play hardball? Hu's eyes sparkled with a hint of pleasure. Though Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was exquisite, Hu was confident in his own power as a superior divine realm expert. Boy, since you want to die, I'll help you fulfill your wish. As soon as Hu finished his words, red clouds burst out from his body, and vast power surged crazily toward his hands. After he exerted his secret skill's power, he lifted the axe high with both hands. Jian Wushuang also raised his emperor's sword while a mighty sword essence burst out from him. Last stroke. I've comprehended this sword move for a long time, but I've never used it in battle before. You're the first to see it. Jian Wushuang stared at Hu while mighty power accumulated in the emperor's sword and his sword essence became stronger and stronger. When the sword essence had accumulated to its peak, a shocking light burst out from Jian Wushuang's eyes. The first move of the boundless heaven sword art, Annihilation Sword Move. Jian Wushuang shouted and then directly swung the emperor's sword whose power had reached its peak. Boom! The air was separated immediately and the whole castle trembled at this moment. The sword shadow left a huge sword scar on the ground which was so wide and deep that no one could see the bottom of it. The sword stroke could destroy the whole world. It was the first move of the boundless heaven sword art. Jian Wushuang comprehended this sword move 3 years ago. He had kept it as a trump card and had never displayed it in front of anyone. Until this moment, Hu slashed with his giant axe simultaneously. The slash was so powerful that it seemed that it could cut through mountains. The huge axe shadow carried mighty power, ready to destroy everything in the world. Hu's face turned scarlet and his eyes were full of madness. Obviously, this axe stroke was the strongest one he was able to display. Both of them operated their strongest move, and the two overwhelming attacks collided with each other. Bang! With a loud boom, huge ripples of energy swept around violently in the void where the collision happened, destroying everything around. In the hall, decorations, wine pots, wine cups, tables and chairs, and even stone walls were crushed into dust by the ripples which were rapidly spreading. If someone watched from the outside, he would find that a horrifying power had erupted at the core of the huge amethyst castle. Then the whole castle began to collapse from the core at an alarming speed. Boom! The whole world seemed to be shaking. The shaking lasted for dozens of breaths, and finally, everything calmed down. The amethyst castle, which had stood for thousands of years, had disappeared, leaving only ruins and dust all over the place. In the middle of the ruins, a man was standing there, Jian Wushuang. His face was a little pale, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He gently coughed and slowly resheathed the emperor's sword. Then he stepped forward and stopped at a broken corpse. It was Hu. In the collision, Jian Wushuang's sword stroke defeated Hu's axe shadow and then smashed half of Hu's body. Hu died on the spot. The power of boundless heaven sword art is extremely terrifying. With my current sword principle cultivation, I can only display the first move, Annihilation Sword Move, but its power is still far beyond the secret skills I created, Jian Wushuang thought. After he mastered the first move, He had regarded it as his trump card as it was too powerful. For example, the Violet Calamity sword skill created by him was also very powerful, but it was much weaker than the Annihilation sword move. He chose to have a head-on confrontation with Hu due to this trump card. He knew Hu could not resist this sword move even if he was a superior Divine Realm expert. Hu was directly killed by this sword move indeed. Of course, powerful as this sword move was, it was also demanding, especially in the aspects of spiritual power. Though Jian Wushuang had a fierce fight with Hu, he used at most 20% of his spiritual power. But once he operated the Annihilation sword move, he immediately consumed 30% of his spiritual power. That was to say, his spiritual power could only support him to use Annihilation sword move 3 times, and then it would be exhausted. It seems that I'd better use Boundless Heaven Sword art less in the future, Jian Wushuang thought. Anyway, he had already killed Hu. As his 11 targets had been killed, his mission was completed. In addition, through the battle with Hu, he had a very clear understanding of his own strength. He was slightly stronger than the advanced Divine Realm experts up to now. He could compete with a superior Divine Realm expert in a head-on confrontation, and even have the chance to defeat and even kill him. Of course, there were also strong and weak superior Divine Realm experts. Hu was only a weak one, while some superior Divine Realm experts were extremely powerful, such as the Vice Palace Masters in the Tao Palace. Jian Wushuang knew that any Vice Palace Master could kill Hu easily. My comprehension of Tao is still shallow. At present, I'm not qualified to cultivate those secret skills which can greatly enhance my offensive power. If I can improve my comprehension of Tao a little, World Tao or Slaughter Tao, and master 5 occults, I'll have more assurance in the face of the superior Divine Realm experts, Jian Wushuang murmured, clenching his fists. He did not stay in the ruins for long. After collecting Hu's body and weapon, he left directly. He did not discover that a young man was standing quietly in the void near the ruins. That was a demonic youth with scarlet hair, holding a long sword on his back.